And on tonight's program here, we are going to be asking a very simple question. Why should Black people support Roe v. Wade? Why on earth should they? Now, for those of you who are younger, most of you weren't even born when this happened. Um, a lot of us were, well, many of people like me were toddlers when this occurred. And you get thrust into situations. And if you wonder why the world is in the shape it's in, it's usually because of events that you weren't even there for, didn't have anything to do with. But if you're going to make a decision in this world, it needs to be one that's constructive. Brother Neely Fuller has talked about that. When he talks about justice, he really defines it as the people who need the most constructive help receiving it. So if we're going to ask ourselves if we're going to do something, we need to ask ourselves, is it just? And if it is just, well, then by definition, it needs to be constructive. It is something that improves. And that's the question I'm asking you right now, because you're going to hear a lot of babble from the old timers who got this mess started. And you're going to hear a lot of other folks here who are just rage posting. I want us to have a specific conversation about that. So, if you are a person who believes that Black people should support Roe v. Wade, I want you to go ahead and raise your hand. And we're going to go ahead and kick you to the front of the line so that you can go ahead and explain to everyone exactly why that is or why that should be, and get them to understand what it is that they don't, or whatever the case may be. This would be a good opportunity for you to do that without, me having to be involved with that. But this would be a good opportunity for you to do that. I'm a huge proponent of young people in particular having these discussions because I think we really reached a tipping point where right now a lot of folks either want you to just shut up and sit back for the ride, or are encouraging you to be active participants in your own future. When you take a look at things like inflation, housing prices, college costs, all the things that individuals have typically historically depended upon for the course of their lives or improving their lives, I don't really think you can afford to be a spectator in these things. I don't think you can just afford to sit back and let other people decide what's going on and then you just hope for the best. That's not a good way of doing it, especially under such cramped circumstances. And especially when it comes to establishing your identity. I think identity is very, very important, especially your identity as a person. What type of person are you? Are you a decent, respectable human being? Are you a constructive human being? Are you a person who makes the landscape better? Not a person who just says, I make the landscape better, but there's specific, physical, tangible, measurable proof that that's who and what you are. That can be hard to do because, as it stands, there are a lot of folks who are going to try to convince you that just standing around and looking is, in fact, doing something. Twitter is a place that happens a lot. Twitter is a place where people do a fair amount of just standing around or talking or yelling and don't get very much done. So I want to give you an opportunity to speak up on that. I want to give you an opportunity to speak up on that. Okay, Judaya, go ahead and unmute yourself. Judaya, you asked to speak. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay, Jediah has been abducted. By the way, please don't push the button for that if you're not trying to speak, because otherwise I think you're trolling or just trying to disrupt things. So you might wind up getting banned as a result. So don't push the button to speak if you're not trying to speak. But for people right now, Twitter has become a real place where people get together, and sometimes there's constructive discussion and dialogue. And other times it's just individuals with weird, wacky, crazy agendas basically just trying to see if they can shout as loud as they can. And that can be a dangerous thing for young, impressionable people. That could be a very dangerous thing for young people who are impressionable. Young people who are impressionable will often hear things that are categorically false Or they'll hear things that they think they understand, and in reality, they don't. They'll hear words that they think they understand, and in reality, that they don't, especially the way people use those things. And when people start using words, start asking questions like, what is a woman? Or what is alive? You need to pay attention to that kind of talk. You can't ignore that kind of thing. You shouldn't ignore that kind of thing. When basic questions that should be common sense start getting turned into these huge, confusing labyrinths, you should be very, very wary about that. Somebody's got plans for you when basic common sense becomes this huge, confusing monolith. Let me get a creatine addict. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
How you doing? I follow your follow your account. Appreciate everything you do. The question was, and correct me if I'm wrong. The question was, um, the people that believe that black people should support Roe v. Wade to speak. Is that was the request? Correct.
Well, the question is on the Twitter page. Why should black people support Roe v. Wade?
So I believe black people should support Roe v. Wade because we have a lot of families that are born into broken homes, like every other race, of course. Women, all women, but our women as well, should have the right to choose if they want to get rid of that child or not. It's not as simple as that, but that's as simple as I can make it. Um, a lot of the times, our children, 80% of our children are born without a two-parent household, and we've seen the consequences of that, of women using and abusing the child court system to get child support and raise their sons and daughters basically on their own. So um, I believe that we need more black children, more black babies. But at the same time, it will help. It will not empower. Empower is the wrong word, but it is a good thing to have the right to choose. That's why I believe black people should support Roe v. Wade.
Okay. Let me ask you a question here. How old are you?
I'm 26, be 27 in September.
Okay. Do you have any children?
No, I'm divorced.
Okay. Well, that might explain a few things. Do you have any direct siblings who have any children, any nieces or nephews?
No, I have a younger brother.
Okay. So you don't have any children and you don't have any siblings or directly have any nieces or nephews, little babies that you've watched growing up. So let me ask you a question here, and I'll try to keep this as simple as I can. Can you explain for me why because you said the woman should be able to, quote, get rid of the child. Those are your exact words, get rid of the child. I just want to understand how can a person have vocabulary that incorporates words like get rid of a child?
Um, it's a
What
very
are the circumstances? I'm just wondering what the circumstances were that formed a person who can use a phrase like "get rid of a child," and then the rest of us have to ask if we want to become a person like us. I use the word "person" advisedly, but if we want to become someone like that, someone who sees children like disposable wrappers or like a used milk carton, that they are just something to get rid of. Because
mm,
your exact words were "get rid of the child."
mm, that's a very good question. Um, in
Yes,
hind,
it deserves a very good answer.
in hindsight, I wouldn't have used that phrase exactly, but I think the premise you understand my premise of what I'm saying, and what I'm
No,
saying.
sir. No, sir. I do not.
Let me explain.
I heard you say, "Let's get rid of a child."
So let
So
me
I'll try this again. Certainly, you said those words, and you didn't just say that for nothing. You understood what you were saying, and everything else you said substantiated that. So clearly, you see children as something disposable. And I'm just trying to understand what type of mentality a person has that they would see a child and say, meh, that's like a broken fan, or that's just like a bag of garbage. I'm trying to figure out the mentality of what you were raised in that says that a child and a bag of garbage are interchangeable.
The kind of mentality that is seen in my 26 years, many single mother homes. The kind of mentality that has seen many different black children grow up without a father, with a mother that keeps the baby from the father. The kind of mentality that has the government to profit off of child support payments from the father to keep that father away. That kind of upbringing. So yeah, I might have used the word child. I certainly do not think a child is the same or equates the same as garbage. But like I said earlier, the premise remains the same in that women have a right to choose and that we need more two parent households in our community. And so
Okay, so you
supporting
see
Roe v. Wade was
abortion as a form of birth. So you approve of using abortion as a form of birth control?
I see abortion as a way for you to say, I'm not ready for a child.
Okay, slow down. Let me try this again. So
Sure.
you approve of using abortion as a form of birth control. I'm not ready to have a child, so let's kill the child.
Yes, I
So
do.
using
Yes.
abortion as a form of birth control.
Answer your question directly, yes. But I'd rather have an adoption. Rather have
You'd
that.
rather have. I'm just wondering, okay, let me find this out then. After the child is born, if the woman determines that she's not ready to be a mother, then we can approve of getting rid of the child then, right?
I mean, it's not. I mean, I get. I
Why stop at birth? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Why does it matter which side of the birth canal the child is on? If the child is a burden, or in this case, an inconvenience, then we should be able to off them then also.
well, if the child is born, that is a different discussion. The child is
Why?
born. If
Why?
the child is
That's
living
literally
because
that's literally
because
geographic
there
location. Why is it
there
different?
there are academic and biological studies that argue different points, and the point one being a baby is not a baby until a specific point in the pregnancy. Some argue that a baby is a baby at conception, so we can argue that point all day long. my
No,
what,
sir.
what I'm
Actually,
saying,
that's not true, sir. That is a
okay,
lie handed out by outrageously dishonest academic people, and there's only a small number of them because up until recently, you couldn't get a degree or anything else if you made these types of arguments. You would get laughed out of the room and no one would give you a degree if you say these kind of things because these are not biological statements, these are political statements.
what
So if you're
kind of
speaking about biology in a political sense, a
what
baby is not just a label. First and foremost, here's the real problem. And I looked over your Twitter page and it kind of seems you're on both sides of this. So let me use this as an opportunity to help clarify this for you. First and foremost, when you start redefining common sense words like alive, like men and women, like black, like person, just understand you are standing on the same planet where you're doing that kind of thing. You are affecting yourself because just like you want to deperson someone, there's someone else out there who would like to deperson you. And all they need is for you to create a framework that establishes depersoning someone. And now that you've done it, you've given them all they need to deperson you.
hmm,
So you must be very, very careful when you do this. To the young people listening here, those of you under the age of 40, I got to say,
hmm,
but particularly under the age of 30, you all don't understand. You are held to the letter of the law, not the quote intent of it. I explained this on my program on YouTube last night. And for those of you who want to watch that, the link is to my YouTube page is in my profile description here on Twitter. When you go to court, you can't argue with a judge about your intentions. You
Right.
have to argue what you said. If you sign a contract with someone, you can't argue what you meant. You have to argue what the contract says,
Right.
because that's the only thing you can prove. So when you're using words and you leave this kind of thing open, just understand somebody sees a way they can use this on you. And now you've said, well, screw it, I'll just take that risk. And that's a hell of a position to take. Let me find out one question. I got two questions for you, brother. First of all, where are your people from?
I'm a foundational Black American. People are from America.
Okay. I got a few questions about that, brother. Couple of things here kind of look a little odd to me, but you claim your people are foundational.
I was born in Kansas. My dad was born in Kansas. My mother was born in Kansas. Her
Okay. Well, they were
Tennessee.
born there, but your folks did not come from somewhere else, grandparents. They did not immigrate here.
No, sir. I don't know what you're trying.
Okay.
Oh no.
I see you. I see a couple
Right.
of things that kind of have me questioning a few things, but you know what?
You can
I'll
question.
leave it at that.
I'm
I'll
a
leave it at, well, I've got a lot of things to cover and a few folks who want to talk, so I won't
understand.
belabor that issue. I will say a couple of things make my ears go up a little bit, but if I see it necessary, I'll come back to that later. First and foremost, as foundational people, we don't engage in silliness, and one of the biggest sillinesses we can engage in is semantics. That's the whole reason why we make sure things are very cut and dry and black and white is we don't engage in semantics. White supremacists love semantics because semantics allow you to do all kinds of devilish things. If we are not very clear, as we historically have been, about what a child is, what a life is, then we've allowed somebody to redefine what ours is. So let me ask you a question here. Have you been to college?
Yes, I get my degree this year.
What's your discipline?
Cybersecurity, information awareness, assurance.
Okay.
So,
Well, you certainly had to take your basics. So let me ask you a basic question, young man. What can you define for me? What is life?
what is life?
No, slow down. Let's not do that. I'm asking you to define it in your own words. Let's not abuse Google.
I'm not abusing Google. I'm thinking about the question. I'm considering the question.
Sounds like he's over there tapping away. It's a basic question, sir.
No, I'm just
Can you not define what life is?
life is the beat. I want to talk about when I think about life. I think about human life, but life is um, any sentient being that can continue that can grow.
Okay, so
That is life.
you wish to define life as a sentient being.
That's what I believe life is. Any sentient being that can grow.
Okay. So you do cybersecurity. Have you ever thought about working for something like SpaceX, NASA, Amazon, somebody like that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And do you think that you would be competent to be in charge of or to participate, not even be in charge of, but to participate in, for example, a Mars mission?
I would have no way of knowing, sir. I mean, I'm sure I'm competent enough to deal with a lot of different challenges, but I have no
Okay.
idea
Well,
of a Mars
let's
mission.
assume let's assume you could do that one. Now, let's just assume also that the mission was to find life on another planet. Now, I'm sure you're aware that when they speak about life on other planets, I'm sure you're aware that when they define life, it is always and still is defined as any type of living organism. That includes single cell amoeba, eukaryotic bacteria. I can't even say eukaryotic bacteria, anything that can reproduce itself.
Okay.
You did know that, did you not?
I did not. I did not know that.
You
But
didn't know that you did
that's
not
all.
know you did not know that that has always been the definition that the scientific community uses for life on other planets.
No, sir. I did not.
Okay, 27 years old, and I want you all to understand the school system, of course, is a damn joke, but the parents out here are not teaching, and the corporations will know these things And then Jeff Bezos is paying for trying to get missions to Mars to find life. And then we'll sit here and tell you, oh, I'll pay for you to, well, we'll reimburse you because really they're not going to pay for it to go get an abortion. And meanwhile, they've created confusion about what life is. So if I want to explain to you why this would be incredibly crazy. If you worked for Jeff Bezos and Tesla, who both want to reimburse employees for getting an abortion. If you were in charge of one of their missions to Mars and you got to Mars and you said, well, there's a bacteria over there, and you just kicked the rocks and said, yeah, screw that. Well, there's a eukaryotic cell over there. Yeah, screw that. Single cell amoeba, yeah, to hell with that too. Microorganisms, nah. You drove by you walked over all of those, kicked them all over, and okay, where's the baby? I'm looking for a baby. Yeah, I need a sentient life form. I'm looking, okay, don't see it. And then you jump back in your rocket ship, came back to Earth, and they said, you told them, well, I didn't find any life on Mars. Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk would be sitting there furious. They would be screaming and yelling. They'd probably be hurling racial epithets. Some people might threaten you with physical violence because they would say, you damn idiot, you were kicking over life the whole damn time you were there. And you were looking for a damn baby. Don't you know that life is any organism that can reproduce itself?
Okay. So
Well, slow down. Do you realize that that's what they would say? This is something that's new. The definition of life on other planets has always, 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 always been defined as any organism that can reproduce itself.
so yes.
Not that sentience thing that you tried to come up with. See,
Okay. So
that's why I asked you what you consider life. And that's
so
good. That's your personal understanding of it. But what you're trying to do is elevate it beyond something that science has never said. Because if you believe in evolution, now, if you believe in religion, you believe that man was just created as a quote sentient being, a self-aware being. If you do not, if you believe in science, then you believe that mankind's evolution developed over the course of millions of years, beginning as single-celled organisms, not even close to sentient, as a stew of amino acids and proteins.
okay. So I can understand that my anecdotal definition of what life is specific to me. I can understand that my definition is not the actual definition of life and what life is. I can also understand if I was on Mars and I saw some bacteria and I went past it and said no, then that would be an issue. If I'm on the planet Mars looking for life, that would be an issue. I'm not refuting that or arguing against that. What I'm
There
saying,
isn't any refuting it.
what I am saying is that in the black community, that's what I care about. In the black community,
Okay, now this is a
we have many.
different discussion now.
So
This
we're
is
not.
different.
This is not a different discussion. I'm answering your question. Why should black people support Roe v. Wade? I'm getting back to your question.
And what you're saying is that, well, there are single moms, and because
I
there are single moms, we should support
haven't even finished though.
coughing babies.
I know.
We already heard.
I know this is
We
your show.
already heard what you said, sir.
I know
We
this is
already
your
heard it,
show. I know this is your show, but at least allow me to finish.
sir. We already heard what you said. I've
Uh,
given you
I
plenty of
wasn't.
time now,
I
unless
wasn't.
you're now going to say something different than you said before.
If you would let me talk, I was going to be different.
Oh,
What
good. He's
what
changed
I've
his mind. Very good.
I have not changed my mind. It's going to
Then
be
you're going to say the same thing you said before, sir.
half the time that I've been trying to talk, you've been talking over me. You're not even letting me.
Sir, I have not talked over you, sir. I let you speak. You just
This
don't
is
know
not
what you're
even a
talking
discourse.
about.
This is not even a discourse. So can I
Sir,
speak?
you're not sure what you're talking about.
Sir, can I speak unencumbered, or you can just kick me off?
Sir, I will give you 10 seconds, and if you do not say something different than you said before, then I'm going to have to remove you for being dishonest because you're saying, I'm going to say something different. And I said, okay, good. You know, it's going to be the same thing I said before. Wait a minute. Sir, are you going to simply repeat what you said before about, well, there's single moms and babies are a burden? Or are you going to say now that you've changed your position and that your explanation for supporting Roe v. Wade is something different?
Babies are not necessarily a burden, sir. I did not.
Okay.
Babies are not a burden, but people should have the right to choose when they are ready to have a child. And if birth control, conventional birth control fails, if conventional birth control, contraception, meaning condoms and the pill or the patch or whatever, if that fails and you are not ready to actually handle that life effectively, you should have the
This is
opportunity.
the same thing you said before, sir. Let me
That's
speak. Let me
not what I
speak. You're just repeating the same thing you said
no, I didn't.
before, sir. Yes, you are. You're repeating the same thing you said before.
No, you just cannot handle it.
Yes, you did.
That makes
So,
sense.
sir, what you haven't done is given an explanation of why it's justified,
All you
unless, of course, you say it's okay to kill babies.
all you've done is
And
talk
that's
about,
all you're saying.
and science matters. But I'm just saying,
Clearly,
in the real world,
clearly
let you
for
know
you, science does
that
not matter.
that that people should have the right to choose. Period.
People should have the right to choose to kill babies.
Because if they do not have the right to choose, that
The
baby
right to choose
that
what?
baby,
Sir, the right to choose what?
that baby is going to be born.
Okay, the right to kill, the right to choose to kill babies. Interesting.
They're not going to have the right support. Baby's going to
Okay, sir,
baby's going to be born, and they're not going to have
sir,
this. This is going to
who are
impact.
you to decide that?
I am not. I would not get an abortion myself. I don't. I don't know.
Okay, sir, who are you to decide what the right support is?
If I'm talking about financial support.
Okay,
I'm talking
sir,
about emotional
third
support.
time, who
Ready.
are you to decide what the right support is? You're 27. You're
I'm
27. You're 27 years old.
with a career and life experience. I'm going to
Okay,
be 20.
sir, you're 27 years old and can't even define what life is.
I can't define the scientific definition of life. Sure.
But yet you would like to try to lecture people about what the sufficient ability to take care of life
There
is.
certainly isn't a lecture, but I tell you what, if you don't have money to support a child, if you're not an adult and you can't support a child emotionally, you shouldn't be having that child, because that child is just going to end up in foster care with no actual benefit or resources to get or to bring from. And I can
Okay. You have
bet you,
children raised in
I
two
have
parent
I have
homes who end up in
you
foster
know
care all the
you
time,
know
sir.
you want I'm sure, but the rule
Stutter,
disprove
stumble,
the
stutter.
rule does not disprove the exception. There sure are a lot of kids who go to foster care and live up to be great people and productive members of society, but that doesn't mean that that is the norm or the majority. And you might have a lot of different explanations or definitions that you can pull out of a hat about what science is. I applaud you for that. You're very educated, but I'll let you know there are a lot of things that you could probably learn from a 27-year-old that you don't give credit to. And one of the things
Sir, from a properly informed
one of
one, I probably
one,
could.
one of the things you
You're not
probably you
such.
probably could, maybe you could, but I'm just going to let you know that if you force people to have babies that they are not ready for, and then don't give resources to support those babies financially and monetary, financially and emotionally, those babies are going to end up in low socioeconomic positions.
Sir,
That is
people from
true.
middle class families sink into low socioeconomic positions every day.
You
That's why
know,
we call it a wealth
of
gap.
course, of course, of course.
This
The
is this is
starting,
what
but
happens
the
when you're
starting
only
point is going to be a lot.
27.
I'm trying
Sir,
to.
this is
If
what
it's
happens
if it's
when you're
going to force
only
people to have, if
27.
it's going to force people to have babies, there needs to be laws on the books
Sir, this is
for
what
those babies.
happens when you're only 27
You're
and you're
going to
trying
force
to figure it out.
children. You're going to force children to force.
Okay. Sir, calm down. You're getting triggered. I know you're frustrated. You have a limited amount of intelligence and education about these basic things. You're getting very triggered. But this is what happens when you're only 27 years old and you're trying to figure this out. What you're trying to do is protect yourself from some of the chicks you've been laying up with. And you want to have legal ability to protect yourself from bad decisions. In the civilized world, we become fully vested adults, which means that we manage our decisions. We don't try to get people to save us from them. We become very good at managing our decisions. For example, there's a reason why most people only own one or two cars. they don't own 7 or 8 cars. Because obviously, logically, you would think, well, if I own 7 or 8 cars, the chances of a car breaking down on the way to work is very small. Instead, what you do is you purchase one car and you learn how to maintain it and keep it in good running condition. So you only need one. So a less informed person would say, well, you should have more cars so you have less risk. Instead, what you do is you become better at managing the one you have so that you manage that risk to perfection. That's called adulthood. Nobody here is hearing adulthood. They're hearing somebody who keeps talking about how can I get other people to help me manage my bad choices rather than how do
Not
I
at
become
all.
a person who
Not,
A,
not at all.
doesn't
But
make bad
you made
choices
an
and
assumption about
B, doesn't
you made
offload those choices.
you
So,
made an assumption
sir,
about people I'm blank.
sir, I did not give you permission to unmute yourself. You're very triggered. Calm down, young man. You're very triggered. Not a good sign. Do not unmute yourself again. I will let you know when you can unmute yourself. You're very triggered. And what you're showing is at 27 years old, you're demonstrating why you are unfit and incapable of making these statements or decisions. You should not be able to do that because you don't know the basics. You're making decisions about living beings as if they were a toy or a bag of garbage or a book instead of being a higher minded individual. You use the word sentience, and yet you don't have respect for the core of sentience and how sentience comes into being. Because the problem is, you can't say that a baby outside of the womb is sentient. You can't say that. That's not possible. Until that baby responds to you in an organized manner, you can't actually call that sentience. So you're using words that you think protect you. And in reality, you're really kind of just showing that if people are allowed to, they will degenerate into an animalistic state where they're literally eating and killing their own babies and rationalizing it to themselves. So if you all want to wonder how it is that the world could have become like Nazi Germany or something like that, just listen here. It starts here. Nazi Germany was run by a bunch of men with advanced degrees, many of them with PhDs. They founded new courses of science, jet propulsion engines, rocket engines, medicine, freeways. These were outrageously intelligent, capable men. And they could take a look at a baby and say, yeah, bag of garbage, and they could rationalize it themselves, and they could go home to their own babies and act like nothing had happened. This is what happens when, if you all want to know what the slippery slope is, here it is. Because a person needs to be able to clearly explain, if we are going to take the step of annihilating a life, a helpless baby, we better be damn certain what it is we mean when we say that. We better be very certain. And if your only argument is, well, some folks might find it hard, or the people's decisions created a hardship for it, that's not justifiable. And what you've demonstrated is a 27-year, you demonstrated you're 27 years old. You don't understand these things. You have a long way to go. And you should really just listen. Your positions are not just different. Your positions are wrong. You can't even justify them or defend them yourself. Now, what an intelligent adult does when they are confronted with circumstances or with facts that they cannot refute, what they do is they accept the new reality and discard their opinion, because now they realize what they were saying before was just an opinion. It's not actually a fact. What a stubborn, dishonest person does is cling to their opinion, keep stating it as if it's a fact, even though they just accepted and conceded they cannot justify it, and then just keep repeating the same sentences over and over again, which, as you'll notice, you keep talking in circles and repeating yourself the same debunked points. I'm not doing that. Every time you say something, I say something different. That's your first clue about which side of that particular fence I just named. Those who accept new facts and those who cling to their broken, incorrect opinions that you're falling on. Is that a little bit clearer for you now?
So yes, it is it is, and I also agree that an intelligent person sees. First of all, if you acknowledge that it's an opinion, you have an opinion, and you hear facts. An intelligent person discards your opinion and you hear the facts. I agree. Um, that I have whether you want to agree with me or not, or see that I'm telling the truth or not. I want to say I have learned some things in this conversation, but I want to say um, I'm not triggered or upset. I wouldn't have an abortion myself, but I want to go ahead and say you told me that babies aren't sentient. You said that, and the definition I use the word sentient for a reason. Specifically, sentience. Since the definition of sentience is the ability to be able to perceive or feel things. You said that babies aren't sentient outside
No,
of.
no, sir, you can't prove it.
Definitely said that.
You
And
can't prove it.
you're saying that I can't
Think it,
prove
you can
that
think
babies
it,
can
but you
feel
can't,
things?
sir. The whole reason why sentience has always been a debate, including with machines, which someone who claims to be taking cybersecurity needs to be aware of. The reason why the whole debate about sentience, in especially in relation to machines, because the word sentience really took off in the last 30 years in relation to machines and artificial intelligence. We've always been concerned about what is defined as sentience so that we can make sure that machines do not develop sentience, because we're afraid that if a machine develops sentience, it will develop the most basic, which is to preserve itself, even if it means annihilating people. So the definition of sentience and how it's executed has always been an area of debate. It is something that we opine about, but we're not really sure.
Research has shown that babies display glimmers of consciousness and memory as early as 5.
Glimmers. Thank you. Glimmers. Thank you. You're
Are
proving my
human
point,
beings
sir.
sentient or not? Are human
Okay,
beings sentient or
sir,
not?
you're proving my point.
Are human beings
Glimmer glimmer
not?
means glimmer means flash and then go away. So in other words, it's open to interpretation.
It's
Did we
not.
see that or did we not see that?
It's not in. It's a fact that human beings are sentient. Are you kidding me?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. It is a fact that human beings can gain sentience. What is not a fact is how we measure that where a quote baby is concerned. Now, for those on my side of the fence, we assume that they are or have the right to it. And now that we've assumed that, that means hands off.
So
Whether
that
somebody else claims the baby has it or claims they don't, we are assuming that the baby is a sentient life, and not because they're outside of the womb, because there's nothing that you can say about a baby at 9 months that you couldn't say about them at 7 months or 6. There's nothing you could. It's just simply their geographic location, which is why I tried to tell you earlier. So the argument you're going to make at 10 months, that argument could have been made at 6, but you ignored it at 6.
so
He's
baby
27, y'all. He's 27. He needs
baby.
time.
Hey look. I appreciate the discourse, but if you're not going to follow
I
your own,
appreciate that too.
if you're not going
Thank
to
you
follow,
very much for checking in with us here. I just wanted you all to get a beat on that. It's not rocket science. It really isn't, even though I talked about rocket scientists here. I see my man Marcel Dixon in the room here. Go ahead and unmute yourself, brother.
Hey, Jason, how are you?
Glad to speak to you, man. What's on your mind?
I'm gonna be very quick. I just want to say it's insane to me how Black people have ever supported abortion outside of medical emergencies, seeing that it's decimated and killed over 20 million Black babies. But this argument that I've been hearing that if a child's going to be poor, it's better off for them to be dead is insane to me. For example, or even Derek, I have taught for 17 years. I've seen many kids who live in poverty, who have health issues. I myself battle a mental illness, and yet my life's been filled with many, many, many moments of happiness and pleasure. And I'm sure if you ask the majority of my students, all of them who live in poverty or even face sometimes debilitating illnesses, they are happy to be alive. This attitude that, oh, they're going to grow up poor, let's kill them, is insane to me. So I'm glad that you are sticking to the facts. A life is a life, and we value it Because if you kill a pregnant woman and the child dies too, you get charged for killing the woman and the child. We can't have a standard in one area and not in the other. Roe versus Wade being overturned is a win for us. So thank you for letting me speak.
Well, that's a very good way of putting that, because allowing another person to say, well, what I project will be your quote quality of life gives me the ability to say whether or not you should be born. Not what I know your quality of life will be, not what I know the outcome will be, what I project or estimate your quality of life will be. That's the reason I'll decide you should be born under that or not. Folks, by the way, that's plantation talk. That's straight plantation talk. You do that with chattel, you do that with oxen, you do that with pigs. Now you're discussing doing it with people? Think about that for a few moments. However, maybe someone can call me up and tell me how supporting abortion has been a plus for Black people, how it put us ahead, how at one point we were behind other people, and that abortion gave us the kickstart and the jump, or it gives us the assistance and the aid that is helping us to progress ahead of other groups. Maybe somebody can do me that one. I'd like for somebody who can explain that one to me. If you're going to say we should support something, as I said, it should be constructive. You should be able to show me, okay, here's how we've been getting ahead, how abortion helped us to get ahead. Someone explain that to me. Jediah, go ahead and unmute yourself. And if you don't speak this time, I'm
Yeah,
going to remove you.
yeah, I will speak, sir. I will speak. Hey, well, I just, first of all, thank you very much for this conversation. And just a little bit about myself, sir. Yeah, I'm from a family, or from traditionally, we don't believe in abortion, right? And that's what I'm stick with up to date. And the reason why is because my dad told me one thing before. Uh, he wanted me to marry when I was like 20 years, right? And I asked him, why do you want me to marry when I'm 20 years? He said, the reason why I want you to marry while you are 20 years is because if I don't make you have another child, then of course you are not going to be responsible person. And I was like, no, but I'm too young. I cannot do this. So I need to finish my education. I need to finish, I need to go to college, all these kinds of stuff. It's like, no, it's like, I will take care of everything. But when you get out of in college or when you have your degree, you and your wife can move out in my house. But you're going to marry in this age.
You know, you actually make a very good point there, is that now you have a situation where people want to abort their responsibilities. Follow me here. You should make a very good point. They want to, if they choose to have a baby because they thought they were going to keep this dude for whatever reason, and then found out later that this fellow who wasn't worth nothing. Well, can someone help me abort my decision? They want to abort their kids if they choose to have a child and it wasn't a bright idea, even though they knew it wasn't a bright idea. They want to abort their student loan debt, even though they chose to get the student loan debt. They want to abort eviction, even though they chose a house or an apartment they couldn't afford. So you're absolutely correct. What we ended up here in this moral hazard, where if you keep saving people from bad decisions, you're not actually helping them develop into more responsible people. What you do is help them to manage these things so that they learn from it. If they make a mistake, they should be taught to take responsibility for it and learn from it, not just to continue going around and say, oh, well, it doesn't matter what I do because I can just keep going back to the abortion clinic, keep going back to the welfare office, keep going back to Joe Biden.
Yes, sir. So, ca- yes. So, when this law come out, right, I'm not really, all I know that is one support having a child, the other one is simple English that I know
Okay.
is you kill the
Seems
baby.
like he's having some issues on his end.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Well, he's calling us on Zimbabwe broadband, but I think he's back here. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. We hear you. I know
Okay.
that the lights came back on over there, so we hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I'm not calling from Zimbabwe, but that's okay though. But that's funny. That's funny, sir. Sorry, I like to laugh sometimes. But but no though. So when this law come out, my sister live in Melbourne, Australia, And she asked me, it's like, hey, what do you think about this law? And I said, me actually know what is going on right now. I think it is okay for women to choose, like, to choose what they should be doing with their babies, but at the same time, it should be exceptional. And my sister said, why? It's like, for example, let's say that a woman got raped, right? And somehow in her pregnancy, and she don't have a means to support herself or the baby. What do you think we should do in that case? And I said, I think what we should do is have babies, because here in the US, I heard there's a lot of programs that they will take the kid away even if you don't support it. And
Yeah,
I said,
I find this, I gotta tell you, I find this kind of talk to be very disturbing. How old are you, sir?
I am 30.
Okay. I find this kind of talk to be very disturbing. Very, very disturbing. When I keep hearing people use the words baby, I mean, they're using the word and the term baby, and then saying that a woman should have the ability to choose, and you all keep leaving out choose to do what?
Oh, all
And
right.
this is part of that intellectual dishonesty that many of you have signed on to, because people say pro-choice and then don't say what the choice is. You're choosing to do what exactly? So Jediah, you just said, I believe a woman should have the ability to choose what to do with their baby. Okay, choose to do what, sir?
All right. And I said, with exception, if you hear that, sir.
Okay, break pedal, sir.
All
I
right.
asked a question.
Okay.
Sir,
Go
you
ahead.
believe a woman should be able to choose to do what? And I don't like the fact that people keep saying her baby. Babies are not property. And one of these other things here is they act like a baby is a piece of property, like a piece of luggage or a pair of shoes or your iPad. This is the part right here that is demonic. You all have been trying to reduce. You will be very quick to tell white folk that you as a person cannot be a piece of property, but then you allow some politician or some whacked out person on the internet to tell you that a baby is a piece of property. So it to sign on to this requires a lot of intellectual dishonesty and doublespeak. So let me try again, sir. You support a woman's right to choose to do what exactly with her
Oh,
baby?
all right. Mr. Black, before I proceed, let me ask you a question. Maybe you can.
Okay, that's not good. Okay,
Oh,
sir,
okay.
I'm gonna try this one last time and then I'm gonna move on.
Oh, okay.
Sir, you said that you support a woman's quote right to choose what to do with her baby. Choose to do what with her baby, sir?
To do abortion when they are raped, or if they feel like there's something wrong, as I said, with exceptional, that's what I said, sir, with emergency. Let's say that that woman is about to die because she's carrying a baby that a person raped her, then she should have to choose to get rid of that baby so that she can save her life. That's what I'm talking about. Now, if you don't like the term baby, then I don't know which kind of term you want me to use, and I will take
Well,
the term that you prefer me to use.
the term baby, I do not have a problem with. I
Oh,
think
okay.
baby is fine.
All
It
right.
is the choice part I have an issue with.
Okay.
You
So
also have to be
okay.
everybody yanks out the rape thing, and that kind of a red herring in a lot of regards. When you say about a woman's health, because for example, if
Right.
they tell you, well, her having a baby would impact her mental health, and she claims that she's going to kill herself and the baby if she's required or if she has to give birth, what do you say then?
No, mental health. That's that should be there should be food in program where she should have to carry that baby because that baby is not killing her because of her mental. Now I'm talking about if there's something wrong with her inside her stomach, right? Emergency where they have to take. If the doctor say, you know what, either we take the baby out or what term you want me to use, or you die with the baby. These are the stuff that I'm talking about when I say the woman should choose, sir.
Well, that's the kind of thing we want to make sure that we are clear on,
Okay,
because what they will tell you, the abortionists have a whole bunch of they think fallback positions. They're really just specious and silly,
right.
but they're only silly until people start enforcing them. And what they will tell you as well, she'll threaten herself. So I'm waiting for somebody who supports that to call up because I'd like to speak about that as well. Thank you very much for giving us a call here. Let me get Jimmy 1 and 1. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Thanks for the room. I'm unfortunately not on the side of supporting abortion. I'm highly against the abortion, and I just wanted to drop a little bit of knowledge here that, the founding person for Planned Parenthood was a racist and wanted to kill black people. Like, she actually said that. Like, it's a known thing, and that's why they don't mention her name anymore at Planned Parenthood and don't do backgrounds on her. And if you look at history, what we've actually figured out is the black population is only like, I think, 14% in the United States today. It would have been like 50% if abortions didn't actually take place in the United States. And we can see that this is true because Hispanic people, they don't believe in abortion and they didn't use abortion, and now they're like 63% of the ethnicity in the United States today. The other thing is, if you look
Not
at white
exactly.
neighborhoods, they don't have Planned Parenthoods in them. They're usually in poor, impoverished neighborhoods. Now, if anyone tells you that you can't raise a child because you're poor and it will be bad for the child's life and you should get an abortion, they're lying to you. They fed you a lie and you're still willing to believe it. Now, here's a quick analogy that I would bring up. If you are a young woman and you are going into an abortion clinic, the first thing they do is they get you a counselor and they coax you into saying this is a clump of cells. It's not a human. It's a simple procedure. It's nothing to worry about. But if that was a fact, if it was just a clump of cells, then why, when I go into a doctor and have a wart removed from my foot, they don't need to get me a counselor and talk me into getting rid of a clump of cells on my body? It's because it is a life. They're lying to you. That's one of the big things that people don't really understand with abortion. It's not a clump of cells. Now, here's the other thing.
I
Women
disagree with
and
that. I disagree with that part.
Okay.
People do understand. We just play these little word games, but everybody, it's like being in a speakeasy for alcohol. Everybody understands what they're there for, and everybody understands what they're saying. They understand what they're really saying. So, on that part, I'll disagree with that one. Everybody know when you walk into an abortion clinic, you don't actually need convincing. It's we all know why we're there. Just like when they had sex to make the baby, you knew why you were there. When you get to the abortion clinic, you know why you're there. You know why.
Yep, and I agree with you on that too. The other thing that I wanted to make is condoms. In the 1940s, we've had these for since the 1940s. Condoms. There's also different things that women can take to not get pregnant. We also have the morning after pill, which you can take. Now, a lot of people bring up the argument, well, what about women who want to make a choice to abort a baby when they get raped? One thing I would say to them is if we educate women and we say you can take a morning after pill if you were raped, you don't have to worry about a pregnancy taking place. Now, rape is obviously awful. Everybody in here agrees with that. Nobody should be controlled over somebody else against their will. And that's what we should start educating our young kids if they're going to
Well,
end up
if we're
having.
gonna have that position, we need to also consider that in regards to child support, because what we have is a situation where reproduction has been weaponized for the purposes of subjugating the male population, really. Because what you're saying there, here's the problem: abortion, as used today, is really only used as a mechanism for retroactively rolling back a decision to have a child with a man. So if the woman regrets the decision after the fact, then she's like, okay, I've always got the option of canceling this decision. So that's really what it's about is okay, I want to have this kid with this man because I'm in love. And Gloria Steinem and friends told me I can do whatever I want to. But if abortion gives me the ability to veto this decision, anytime in the next 9 months. And then when you realize who are the number one abusers and killers of babies in America after they're born, then you really realize the mentality is very strong and very consistent in that regard. So this is really about giving the ability to retroactively change your decision about having that baby with that man. Not about I didn't want to have the baby. It's you don't love me? You gonna sleep with Tanganyika? Okay, I don't want the baby no more. So it was all cool until that occurs, or he's a married man and he didn't leave his wife. But the truth of the matter is, today, with so many forms of birth control and so many ways of being able to stop this before you even need a third party, we didn't have all this over the last 40, 45, 46 years because people don't know. You've got it because they do know. So why is it that even with 33 forms of birth control for women, you still have such a huge abortion apparatus and industry? It is because it's not about birth control. It is about, can I retroactively change my mind about having a baby with this guy over here? Thank you very much for joining us here tonight. Let me get order of Melchizedek. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, how you doing, man? I just want to say I'm in my late 20s, but if it was up to that brother, we'd still be property. The last person who spoke kind of alluded to a lot of the things that I'm gonna say anyway. I agree with them. I think abortion as a practice and Planned Parenthood as an institution really derives from these feminist ideologies, which are just branches of fascism. And fascism is inherently racist in a lot of its politics. So that really got implemented in our community, really as a form of control, okay? Population control. Just like you said, the black community would be a lot bigger today in America if it wasn't for abortion. And it's not a coincidence that now that we're seeing um, the white community populations and them facing a lot of issues with reproduction, them starting to alleviate some of the laws uh, that are pro-abortion to try to balance out the populations for political um, kind of stability within their community. The other thing I do want to say too is that this goes back to what I said first. Is if it was for a lot of people that support abortion, would still be property. Is that imagine if we allowed all these children to be born and people didn't just try to see sex as a consequenceless act, and that they actually understood that, hey, this is probably one of the most significant actions you can take, that it has a lot of ramifications, not only emotional, which, I mean, that's way beyond what we can discuss here today, but there are physical consequences because life is formed. And earlier too, I know you mentioned that, what is life, right? Yeah, as a kid, in elementary school, we're all taught what life is. There's 5 processes of life. If I don't know what he was Googling, because I heard him typing, but if he Googled it properly, he'd understand, life is, growth, differentiation, respiration, digestion, and excretion. At no other point in the process of life, okay, because babies, the term is just really the early stages of life, okay, regardless whether you're in the womb or not. I know you're
Well,
not.
we can go with, and here's the real thing. We can go
Hold
with
on, let me
embryo.
finish, brother. Let me finish, brother. Because
Okay.
I know a lot of people are gonna
Let's
say, "Hey,
not do let's not do that. Let's not do that now. Let me go ahead and let you take the rest of the night off. Let's not do that. There's a reason why I'm the host, sir. So when I come to your Twitter space, you get to speak as you choose to, sir. But no, we don't get to do that. Let me get Robin Warren. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, Jason.
Hi.
Hey, listen, I need to understand because I've been listening to a lot of people talking who support abortions, which I do not. I used to, but I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind because I was with someone and saw
There
what
you
they.
go.
Can you hear me?
I was just saying, there you go, but go ahead.
I was with someone and I saw. what they went through. And when, oh my God, the look on her face when they sucked that baby out of her was dehumanizing. And I looked around and I saw all those women lying on in cots, curled up, looking like they've been hit by a Mack truck. It's disgusting. I want to know why abortion is the only solution. I was 17 years old when I got pregnant, scared out of my mind, messing around with a man I had no business messing with.
Slow down,
I
slow down, slow down. Let me ask a question about that right there. I was 17 years old, messing around with a man I had no business messing around with. I understand. By the way, how old are you now?
I'm 59.
Okay. That man you were messing around with 60 years ago, when you were 17, how old was he?
25
Okay. What state were you born in?
was I born in
Yes, ma'am.
Illinois.
Why were your parents allowing you to have hands of a 25-year-old put on on their 17-year-old daughter? Why were your parents okay with that happening?
They were not okay with that. I was in Texas where this happened. I was in a military town. My father was the head of our household. My father was the fist in our house. And my parents left. My parents divorced. And my mother was very, she couldn't be the man. And when the man was out of the house, the daughter went buck wild looking for, I mean, it's a long story, but I got involved with the GI who was in reality no good. He,
Well, let me go ahead and let me address that real quick. Women have to be very careful when they are dealing with men in the military. They particularly need to be careful when they're dealing with men in the military during times of war or conflict. Throughout human history, you have to understand a man understands if he's in the military, he could be sent off to die. And that situation can create a crisis in his mind. If he doesn't have any children, or if he's worried about his legacy, he's like, well, I actually could be dead here in a week. So you see, he starts seeing life in a very relative way. So females, particularly young females who do not understand this, they should be very careful when dealing with men who are in the military, but particularly those during a time of conflict or warfare. He sees that situation a bit differently than you will. And he's thinking about something way different than you are. He's thinking about something totally different. My real thing though about it is I gotta say, I don't like that idea. I think a real conversation needs to be had among black women. Black women, black women need to sit down and have a group therapy session where they talk to each other about, by the way, why is it that we don't have a problem with grown men putting their hands on our daughters
absolutely.
to lay up with them? Because a mother is supposed to be hyper protective, and we have the most unprotective generation of mothers since Roe v. Wade. We have the most unconcerned, negligent, unprotective generation. Everything is about sexual acting out and not a whole lot of motherly instinct and discipline. And without that, you've lost your womanhood.
When I was 18, I gave birth to a girl. I decided that I was not going to have any more children unless the father was there to raise the kid. I happened to not be able to find a man worthy of marriage, so I never got married, but I raised a successful, beautiful daughter on my own, and I'm damn proud of that. But I'm going to tell you that people thinking that abortion is the only answer or having abortion out of convenience, people have to stop and think what this does to your body. What this, not only what it does to your body, but what it does to you mentally.
Well, thank
My
you.
friend,
That's the most important part. It has been very disturbing to me to hear women discuss abortion in as if it's a bowel movement.
exactly.
It's very very disturbing to me. I'm like, if you want to know why it is that men do not take them seriously in this day and age as mother material, because they're not talking about it from a motherly standpoint. If your psyche is still in one piece and you know you have just ripped a baby to shreds because you consider it to be inconvenient, that tells us about who you are as a person. And to act as if these are separated, this is just the most Nazi Germany type of lie that a person could take on. So more than physical, what in the world is this doing to you mentally and psychically and emotionally? That to me is the most important part, because I'm like, if you do something like that, you kind of exit humanity at that point.
You know, I'm gonna say this too, and I'm gonna try to say it in a way because I once said it once before and I got kicked out. We have to do something different, and I think a lot of it has to do with the morality of it. And I happen to have took birth control pills, and those there was a side effect from those pills, and I can't see today because of it. So when people say, "Oh, women can just get on birth control pills and it's all good," it's not. It's not all good. We have to do something different. Killing our babies, giving our babies up for adoption. How about this? How about doing something to where you make life worth living, babies worth having, families, make families the priority, make getting married the priority, make being poor not an option. How about that? People are saying things like black women mortality rate is high, so abort the baby. How about giving prenatal care, making it worth it, teaching women, pregnant women, eating hot Cheetos and drinking sodas is not good for the health of your unborn. There's a lot of things we can do besides abortion that can make the situation better. Taking the easy way out. And see, I'm not a religious person. I
Well,
am
last night I
not.
was talking to a lady, and that was a very important
I
thing.
heard it.
We have lost a womanhood culture. When you have
Yes.
women arguing with you that men and women are the same, and that women should desire and aspire to be like men, to become basically men with breasts and ovaries, that's a very dangerous thing. We need to have women get together with each other as a group and actually be happy about being women, because right now, abortion and hating yourself as a woman go hand in hand. They go hand in hand. You can't separate the two. Thank you very much for checking in with us. I appreciate that. Let me ask you all a question right now. If you had a 2-year-old child, would you leave them in a daycare run by somebody who said, I had an abortion and babies are not people? If you had a 6-month-old infant, would you, and if you knew the owner of your daycare had had 3 abortions, would you be safe? Would you feel okay leaving your kid there? Would you be all right with that? I mean, would you just be like, oh, well, that doesn't mean anything? If you saw them on video saying babies are not people, then would that affect your decision? I wonder. I see a few folk in here, so I'm gonna get to you all here in just a few moments. Just hang on. Let me get Tokenomics. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, brother. I just discovered this space by browsing around and coming to this space, man. Listening you talk as a I don't know how you belong. You've been here, but I say I discovered you and listening you talk to this community as a black man in this America and in America, and there's a lot of not a lot of us, you people, you guys left like that talks truth to the black community because. I'm not from. I want to just be a disclaimer. I'm not from here. I'm from originally from Haiti. My parents brought us here in 2002. Been here like 20 something years now. Yeah, my where I come from is not a very great place at this point, but it's still a black country and a lot of bad stuff happening. But when I came here, my eyes kind of opened because I was raised in the church. I don't believe in abortion. We never did. But I'm very grateful for this country and people are welcoming me in here. But
You're welcome.
I can see how it doesn't matter. We are being treated, and I feel like they are using us against ourselves to destroy our own community, right? And I feel like when I'm looking at talking to my friends, stuff I don't talk to other people because you gotta be really mindful what you say to other people. I talk to my friends, we have good discussions, but I can feel like they're using our women, right, to destroy our community. And the thing that they filled their heads with La La Land situations, thinking, oh, they can be men or take over our role, right? And you have all the celebrities, media like Megan, Stallion, or Black Girl Summer, all this crap. We have Beyonce. I like Beyonce, but she has a husband. Why she come out with a song, all single ladies, but she has a man. But all these beautiful black women, they're taking like, no, we can't do this by ourselves. They cannot. And when you start putting the men's role down, it's gonna destroy your community. And I'm glad that my father, my mother, they've been together for 40 something years. My dad passed away last year. But I've never seen, seen material, discussion and fights and stuff like that. But I've never seen somebody outside the house, and that's how I was raised. I have four sisters, and I'm glad that they don't listen to this kind of stuff as of abortion because they're not for it. I have one sister. I have three kids. My other sister has one, and my two other young sisters. They don't have family yet. But I remember one of my sisters, the one before the last one. She hid her boyfriend to me because she didn't want me to know. And I just found out this year she had a boyfriend for 2 years. And first thing I told her, I said, "Are you guys having fun?" Yes. Are you making sure this guy wears a condom? Because there is people forget about nature. They forget about science. They talk about science, but
No,
they don't know
no,
about
no, no,
science.
no, 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 no. People in the 21st
Yeah,
century,
I
we
know.
got to stop
But
that.
they
In the
keep being ignorant.
21st century,
Right.
here's the real thing. If you raise your daughter, I shouldn't say raise, but if you have daughters and you do not make it clear that they have a purpose, then the streets are going to give them a purpose. There's a
Right.
reason that Venus and Serena Williams didn't have those issues.
Right.
Yeah, they had a father in their life, but their father from a young age made it very clear they had something to do with their time. They
Right.
weren't just sitting here milling around, nor were they available for wandering males in the neighborhood to
Mm-hmm.
just come slap their hands on their butt cheeks.
Right.
That wasn't something that was allowed.
Exactly.
And as men, we're supposed to be the protectors.
Right.
And that's that. When you hear people talking about killing off babies, that's supposed to have a very visceral, primal reaction from you in that regard. That's not supposed to be something you sit there and say, well, let me think about this for a few moments and figure out if that's an issue or not. If people want to know how it is that you could have had very intelligent men like George Washington and Thomas Jefferson who could sit there and write a constitution that says these people over here are not people, just go and talk to anyone who supports any black person who supports abortion, and they'll show you hell. You can have black folk who have the exact same mentality, and that's scary. Thank you very much for checking in with us here. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and get Lanicia. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Jason. I have really enjoyed listening to you and your broadcast. I've learned so much, and last night was great. Everyone should go back and listen if you didn't get a chance. Um, Based on what you were explaining tonight, Mr. Jason, you can kind of steer me if I get off. First of all, I don't agree with abortion, and I never really did, but I really don't agree with it now, especially after what you taught on this weekend. Um, from what I hear you saying, it's like we need to first, before we even do something like that, we need to make an informed decision. We need to arm ourselves or equip ourselves with the knowledge and the understanding about what you're doing when you're engaging in something like an abortion. Um, in history, a lot of you may be aware. some of you may not be aware, in our community, we were always looked at as less than human or just not human in every facet of life. The medical field, education, as chattel slavery, you were looked at as an animal, a partial human. And so for us, it is a dangerous thing for us to take on this rhetoric and this narrative that supports the abortion argument, because we're going to be, like you said, taking on this idea that if it was said long, long ago by the founding fathers that the Africans were not human, then talk to any modern day African American or African today, and they will say the same thing. We don't want to take this rhetoric and this issue that the feminists have, the white feminists, I'm just going to go ahead and say it, because we're going to begin to pin that rhetoric on ourselves, and it's going to cause our speech about ourselves to change if we adopt this argument, and we're going to be actually agreeing with them, and we'll be calling ourselves, well, well, our babies aren't really human. If
Well,
you're
do you
not willing
remember
to
the
have it, you
first
can just get rid
caller?
of it.
Remember the first person I spoke to? And the first thing he said was, well, you should get an abort. It should be okay to get an abortion if the child is going to be raised under poor circumstances. So, in other words, poor kids, or if you predict it'll be in poor circumstances, well, that it should be common sense that they should not be born. However, affluent children, or should we say children to affluent people, we should assume that of course they should be born.
Correct.
Think about that for a few moments. Now, he just sat here, he was arguing with me for minutes on end. Well, if you're a person from a poor neighbor, if people in poor neighborhoods are reproducing because they're being economically held down, as long as we can keep you in poverty, you should not reproduce. Well, poverty can be artificially created and engineered. So, in other words,
Mm.
as long as that's occurring, if I can maneuver you into a position of poverty, then you should make the decision that you're too poor to be born. Well, I'll be damned. It won't be very long until there won't be any of you, because poverty is a circumstance that can be made. Only us affluent people should be having children. That
Oh
was
my
the
God.
assumption he was making. He was
And
making that assumption. So when you don't actually walk these things through their conclusion, that's why I told him you need to be very careful about the things you're saying, because there's somebody who can use this rationale against you. He's 27, so he doesn't see that poverty is something that could be created, that economic disenfranchisement is something that can be created and engineered. He may be going to school for IT, but if you can't get an employer to accept or honor your IT credentials, or if they rather have the Asians instead, guess what? Your economic circumstances just got engineered. And now you've already made the assumption and declaration that, well, if I'm under poor circumstances, we can't have children. Because let's be very, very clear, Black people have always been at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder in America. If the standard is you must be middle class or higher before you can give birth, well, that's going to automatically knock out 3/4 of Black society. And I say this as an affluent Black male. My money is straight like starch slacks. And I'm sitting here telling you, by the way, the crazy part of it is, of course, the more affluent you are, usually they don't have children like that because we're busy building other things. And when we do get around to it, we kind of just knock out a bunch of them, but that comes later. However, if the standard is going to be you have to be middle class or higher before you give birth, just understand by definition, you're basically saying the majority population is going to be white and Asian. Majority populations. I'm sorry, we won't count the Asians who are in poor circumstances when they get here. We're only going to count the ones later. So in reality, you have people justifying their own euthanization.
you hit it right on. I'm so thankful for your wisdom and how you take the time out to speak to our community. And I just hope the younger listeners are really catching what he's saying, and what he taught on last night really coincides with what he's speaking on right now, because we can get set up with our own words, my brothers and my sisters, and bring destruction on ourselves if we embrace this. This agenda is not for us. and it can be used against us to be weaponized against us to destroy us and take us out. You've got to think this thing through. And those of
They
you who are
don't bring
coming up and
black
you
women. They don't bring black women health care.
no,
Black women can't get health care. Anything that hurts you, that they got that available. I talked about that on my program last night. Black women can get abortions damn near free. And if you do go to the hospital, it doesn't matter who you are as a black woman, if you give birth, the doctor's going to come right in and say, hey, would you like us to tie your tubes? It's free.
right,
So let me get this straight. If you had cancer, you can't get free treatment. But if to get your tubes tied, make sure you can't have children anymore. Oh, we can wrap that up for you right now, no charge. Oh, don't worry, that won't cost you anything. So let me get this straight. Your hospital charges $1,000 a minute to do anything else, but you'll sit here and tie my tubes for free?
right.
Somebody's running a scam out here. Thank you very much for checking in with us. We appreciate that. The big discussion that needs to be had among the females is, what is a woman? That sounds very basic. We need to have a discussion about what is a woman. What does it mean to be a woman? Ketanji Jackson Brown, it was scary as hell to see so many females out here cheering it on when she said she doesn't know what a woman is. That woman meant what the hell she said. It doesn't matter. And we need to have the females today need to have a discussion with themselves. There's a self-destructive culture that's seeped in, and they need to have a conversation about what exactly does it mean to be a woman? What is a woman? Not some crazy psychobabble, deranged explanation. When you say you are a woman, what do you mean? Does it matter? Does womanhood matter? Or are you just an androgynous being? What does it mean? Let me go ahead and get one Raw Status TV. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
1-2-1-2. Appreciate the time. I'm going to throw a couple of topics at you. Much respect to the room. Marcel Dixon, run for president 2024. I want to say this first and foremost with the comment about people that are impoverished not having children. This is something that I've seen becoming more popular amongst younger people. Like that guy said that he was 26. There's this really corny classism thing that's going on. You heard Young Thug, the rapper, make that same statement that if you're poor, then you shouldn't have kids. That's very ignorant. Some of our most successful people have come from poverty. So just want to throw that out there. I understand that that's common knowledge, but we don't say that enough. We need to stop hating on people just because they're broke. Being broke isn't a crime. Now, you should try to climb out of the gutter, but because you're in the gutter doesn't mean that you don't deserve respect. Now, the answer to your question, no. Black people, or why should black people support Roe versus Wade? We shouldn't. Now, as far as incest and rape, yeah, that's on the fringe. I would support it in that instance, but the person made a good point about the morning after pills. So basically what I'm seeing is they're using black women. They're throwing out a lot of statistics, and the caller that was talking about the emotional state of it, I'm gonna land my plane with this. I have somebody very close to me that was convinced to get a hysterectomy because of the fibroid tumors in her uterus. She had an abortion when she was in her 20s. She is not okay mentally. I never talk about it with her that much because I don't like to go there, but I can see it, and sometimes she brings it up. And just please pay attention to that woman, to the emotional side of having a human being sucked out of you for selfish reasons. I'm gonna throw that out there. Again, Dixon, 2024. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much for checking in with us here. And that's why I said we have to have a discussion. It used to be a given and an assumption. Now we've allowed society to get so screwed up and upside down and schizophrenic that we're arguing over what is a woman and what are the differences between a woman and a man. They started this insane babble talk 30 years ago in earnest. And now you're seeing it's bearing fruit that you got women out here arguing with you. On the one hand, telling you that there's no difference between a woman and a man. And on the other hand, saying, well, I need to have special privileges because I'm a woman. And what I'm saying is this is the definition of schizophrenia. You can't have a productive result under this chaotic environment. And that's the whole point. It's not going to be a productive result. Now, as far as whether or not you should have children if you're poor, well, it certainly helps if you have the resources to have better resources. Better resources usually help, but not always. You reach a point where you get diminishing returns. It doesn't cost $100 a month to raise a child. but it also doesn't cost $1 million a month to raise one either. $100 a month isn't enough, but $1 million a month is probably going to be too much. There's going to be some things left lacking. If you're spending $1 million a month on your child, I would tell you that that's going to be as destructive and maybe in some ways more destructive than the person only spending $100 a month. The other thing I will tell you is that as Black people, we have lived in a state of economic oppression in America, and we created American culture. We created America's culture in this position. We created American culture in our economically deprived position. What you call American culture and what they export, everything from the clothes to the music to movies and how you comport yourself, we created all of that. Everything that America exports now, we made that. And we did that as ex-slaves. Hell, we did that, number one, as slaves, and number two, as ex-slaves. And everything we've done as a group, not as individuals cherry pick, but as a group, we did that from an economically disadvantaged position. We did that at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder. So when someone tells you that this baby, it does not need to be born because they're in a certain socioeconomic state, I want you to take all of this into account. What you enjoy today, the parts about American culture that you like, Black folk made that. The descendants of slaves made that. Foundational Black Americans created that. These are our babies. And it didn't take $100 million and generational wealth from the Rockefellers to be able to knock that out either. Little more food there for thought. By the way, I see a lot of ladies in here. I'm asking the question tonight, should Black people support Roe v. Wade? I got some academics in here, I know. By the way, I invite you to raise your hand and explain to us all, if we're saying something that is incorrect or not accurate, this is your opportunity to explain it to people in simple and plain English. Don't worry, folks will understand. Let me get Black Pressure. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
I just want to say what's up to all the Black family in the room. What's up to the host. I'll be quick. Since this decision came down, I have been having conversations with family members and friends and coworkers. Of course, all Black women mostly. And there is a narrative that's being bought into by a lot of Black women in our community. That you hear them saying a lot, a man shouldn't have an opinion when it comes to me having an abortion. And I told a lot of them, I say, if you really look, that fetus that's growing inside your womb, that didn't fall out of a tree.
Well, here's the thing, though, brother. A man shouldn't have a say in whether or not a woman has an abortion, okay? Then the woman shouldn't have, if a woman says a man should not have a say in whether or not she's required to become a parent, she needs to also say, and a woman has no say in requiring a man to be a parent either.
Absolutely.
That
Absolutely.
side of the sentence is always left off. So
Yeah.
what is abortion really about? It's about controlling whether
Power.
or not you have to controlling your ability to lock this man down.
Absolutely. And I say this too, and that's an absolute fact. There was synergy that took place between a man and a woman for that life to be created. So there is no way that any person with a fully functioning brain can look at someone else and say, well, since you're not carrying this child in your womb, you don't have an opinion. But the people that you're criticizing, I say people, the men that you're criticizing, we're 50% responsible for that baby growing inside your womb. Excuse me, I just had some dental work done, so trying to talk over it. But you're 50% responsible for this. He's 50% responsible for the life in your womb. So there's no way you could tell a man he should have no opinion. Once again, he's half responsible for the baby inside of you. And I'll land right there.
And will be fully responsible afterward. So once
Absolutely.
again, like I say, this is about not about birth control. This is about we'll give you a means to control people under the guise that you're giving yourself security. And in reality, it's a damn game because ultimately what ends up happening is if the man doesn't want you, the man doesn't want you. So it really becomes a game you play with yourself. Let me get Daniel. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, how's everyone going? Appreciate the opportunity to talk. I kind of came in the last few people, and I have to say that me personally, I'm against black abortions simply because I think people tend to forget that eugenics was the one that started the whole abortion thing, and it started when the black people became free, and that was the choice. You either get government cheese, government help, and become sterile, or you don't. Like its whole purpose, at least from my understanding, its whole purpose from the beginning was to basically decrease the black population. And that's another reason why most of these clinics, now named Planned Parenthood, were in urban areas, because that was the plan. And somewhere along the line, feminism had put in their whole thing that abortion is cool, abortion is this, and abortion is that, and they brought black women in there with us. Now, I will say that before all this stuff happened, the black families were strong. Like, we wasn't economically secure. However, we were strong. And then, therefore, after that happened, all of a sudden, it's like, let's kick the black men out of the home. Let's destroy the black families. Let's abort black babies. And this all became cool. It became a trend. And that in itself destroyed the black community. And now, years down the road, you see a lot of a lot of white, a lot of white women basically, they're championing for this, and they always want to bring black women into it. Well, this is going to hurt black and brown women. This is going to hurt them. No, it's going to hurt you. This is important to you. That's all I really wanted to say.
If the white women who keep supporting abortion, if they really gave a damn about black women, number one, they would be protecting black women in the streets from white
Exactly.
supremacists, cops, politicians, school administrators.
Agreed.
If they really cared about black women, they would be protecting them from the white supremacist establishment. That's not what they're doing. So it's really about, hey, let me help encourage you to do something that we know is destructive for you. So that's the way
Exactly.
that goes. Thank you very much for checking in with us here. Let me get Brown Sugar. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Jason, for allowing me to speak. I have to speak up about a lot of the things that are being said. Margaret Sanger did not invent abortions. That's something that has been going on since the beginning of time. The first recorded
Mm,
evidence of an abortion is in ancient Egyptian times. It was written on
Not really,
papyrus.
not
Also,
really sure who. If anybody told you, I'm not really sure where you came up with that idea. Nobody here has said that Margaret Sanger created abortion. Now, certainly she created what
the
would
last
become planned.
last
Ma'am,
person
ma'am,
alluded to
I'm,
that
I'm,
fact.
al- I'm almost certain. I'm not sure what you may have heard there. I'm not going to speak for them, but let's just go ahead and correct that first and foremost. Um, Margaret Sanger did not create abortion. Margaret Sanger wasn't a medical professional in that regard. So
She
no.
was a
Now
nurse,
Planned Parent.
so she
Now
was a medical professional.
Planned. She was a professional lunatic.
She
Was
was a
what
nurse.
she was, ma'am. She was a professional lunatic.
That's factual
I meant
evidence,
what I
historically
said.
documented.
Okay,
SupremeCourt.gov. She was a
ma'am,
nurse. So,
ma'am. I meant what I said.
okay, but it's wrong. I'm just
Okay,
saying. I'm not
ma'am,
trying to be disrespectful, but I
ma'am,
deal in facts.
ma'am, I meant what I said. However, it sounds like you're very triggered and you're
I'm
very
not
angry.
triggered. I deal in facts.
Ma'am, you sound incredibly hostile and incredibly
I'm not
angry. So
hostile either. I'm very
obviously,
calm.
I'm hoping that you don't have a baby in your hands and you might strangle him with the umbilical cord
That
because
doesn't work with me, Jason. I deal in
you sound
facts. Dr.
very
Martin Luther
angry.
King Jr.
You sound
Mary,
very hostile.
Mary
Ma'am,
Bethune
can you bring it down?
Coleman.
Can you bring it
Lots
down
of
a
black
notch?
leaders worked with
Okay,
Margaret
ma'am,
Sanger
I'll
and
let you
agreed with
speak.
Planned
Ma'am, I'll
Parenthood.
let you speak, but you're going to have to bring it down a notch. You're very, very angry. You're
I'm
very,
not
very
angry at all.
hostile. Okay, if you'll stop being hostile, I don't have a problem with you speaking, but what I'm saying, it'll go better if you're not so triggered and hostile. Now, why are you so passionate about supporting abortion?
I'm passionate about women having a choice to
A
make,
choice to do what?
to make whatever decisions that's best for
Okay,
their
decision.
bodies.
What a decision to do what?
If they want to get an abortion, that's their
Okay,
right.
well,
It's not the
what is
right
it?
of the
What is an
community to tell
abortion?
them what to do with their
Okay,
body.
what is an abortion?
An abortion is getting rid of a fetus or an embryo so that you don't have to worry about dealing with them anymore. And that's their right to do it. It's nobody, the
Okay.
community is not stepping
And
in to help the women. Trust me, I worked in an inner city
at what
school.
point do you believe
I
that
worked in an
should
inner
not?
city school.
Do
The
you believe
community
that
is
should
not
not
there to help.
happen? Okay. At what point do you believe that should not happen?
Well, in the state of Florida, it says 15 weeks. I mean, I'm
No,
not a
ma'am.
medical
I asked
professional to
you.
say,
No,
so
ma'am. No, ma'am. I asked you.
I feel that different circumstances calls for different things. In the
Okay.
state of
I'm
Florida, I'm
asking
dealing in
you,
facts. I'm
ma'am.
dealing in
I'm
facts.
asking you
The
what you
majority,
believe, ma'am. I'm
I
asking
believe
you.
that whatever is best for the mother, because the mother has to carry the
Okay.
child.
I'm asking you, at what point do you believe that should not be allowed?
I don't believe that it shouldn't be allowed at any point because no one is only 1% of women are getting abortions after a certain time period in the late second trimester, and that's usually because there are uh uh problems with the child or the fetus inside the woman's womb. Most women do not go and get late term abortions whatsoever because they don't believe in it. Most women, after you get past the first trimester, you want to
Okay,
keep
so
your
you
baby.
believe in abortion even for viable fetuses.
I believe in. Listen, yes, I do.
She listened to him
I
stumble and
feel like
stutter.
whatever choice, I'm not stumbling and
How
stuttering,
old are
sir.
you?
I am a grown woman.
Ma'am, I'll try this one last time. How old are you?
I am a grown woman. Don't tell my age to anyone. It's
Okay,
nowhere written online at all.
ma'am, we're all adults here. If you wish to be cagey, that's fine. You're only hurting your own position. But by the
I'm not
way,
hurting my position because I deal in facts and statistics. If
you're
you check my
okay. You're
page, I have
being
tons of
triggered
statistics.
again. As I said, she's very triggered and very angry. You have to understand that's one thing to have a position, that's fine. But to be just triggered and hostile, I did not give you permission to unmute yourself. Behave yourself, please. You're very angry. You're very hostile. And this is the problem with your side of the fence. The pro abortion people are a very violent, very hostile, very angry group. And that's very, very scary to people that they're so angry and hostile. And a conversation about babies makes them violent. And that's something to keep in mind. A conversation about
The majority
babies.
of people heard
This
me
is,
here angry. I'm
ma'am,
not angry.
calm
The majority.
down. I keep trying to tell you, calm down. Just sit still. You're very angry. You're very hostile. Your claws are out. You're so triggered. Let me find out here. Where are your people from? Unmute yourself. Where are your
They're
people from?
they're from the world. That's where they're from, and that really
Okay,
has nothing to
are
do
they
with it.
foundational Black Americans?
As you could check my page, I have everything there. Every question
Ma'am,
that
I'm
you're
asking
asking is
you,
on my
ma'am, I'm
page.
asking you.
But as I said, I deal in
Will you
facts and
claim
I
where
deal in
your people
statistics.
are from,
And when you
ma'am?
start
Where are
showing
your
more
people
work in
from?
the community with
Okay, ma'am, I'll try this one more time. If you're going to be trolling, you got to go. Where are your people from? Are they foundational? Are they descendants of
if that
American slaves?
question has to do with
Or
the
are they
RoeV
something
Wade,
else?
then we can discuss it because you sound like the emotional one. You're asking about where my people is from, trying.
Okay. Well, she's very angry. She's very triggered. Very much so. She's very angry and very triggered. So, as you can see right there, understand something. If you support abortion, that was your representative. They're a very vicious, very feral, very angry group of individuals, and no wonder that they don't even have a problem with savaging children. Think about that for a few moments. Think about that. Now, as I was attempting to say before the very feral, vicious cat-like individual was interrupting there, Margaret Sanger wasn't even a medical professional to a level or degree to be able to do abortions. And that wasn't what she was. What Margaret Sanger was a medical theorist. If you take a look at her, this woman spent more time writing about these things than anything else. She was a part of a society of individuals who considered themselves to be high-minded thinkers, and that the it wasn't even a medical profession, by the way. If y'all really want an education about that, go ahead and take a look at the history of medicine and so-called medicine in America, particularly surgery, and you'll find out. For example, you can have surgical procedures done by barbers. No, I'm not kidding. Go take a look at your barber poles. Go take a look at those. Very interesting history you can learn about that. For those of you who didn't know, she'll find that to be interesting as well. her page says she's a medical student or studies medicine, medical education. She needs to get educated about medicine as well as, etiquette and civility, among other things. But for those of you who didn't know, you can actually get a good education about that. So there are individuals who, when you use that term, especially in the early 20th century, late 19th century, early 20th century, when we talk about things like medical boards, there's a reason why medical boards had to be created and what they do and whatnot. There's a reason for that. So, and in the chat room here, please don't post things in here like that. Don't do that. I'll remove you. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. I want to see everybody who's in here talking, so let's not do that. But if you really want to get educated about those things, do yourself a favor and check into that. Don't just go off of what some loose-lipped clown on the internet said on Twitter. Don't just believe her because she sounds very angry. She used the word Egypt. If we're talking about killing your babies at birth or even before birth, she needs to learn a little bit more about that kind of thing. But you did notice that the first thing she tried to do was what she was trying to do there is turn that into an African practice or a Black practice. So that's the first thing you have to watch out for. And that's why I asked her, by the way, where are your people from? Because for you to take on so easily a white supremacist position where you're attacking Black people or telling Black folk this is a great thing for them, when you start taking on things like that, that becomes a different issue.
Bro,
That
are
becomes a
you
different
Kevin
issue.
Samuels? Like, oh.
Okay. He's I'm not sure what he's trying to say, but okay. Well, like I say, look, they're very triggered. Like it's late. I don't know if it's a full moon. It's a full moon for some of them somewhere. But no, sir. No, sir. I'm the guy who told your mom that this kid's not going to turn out right. I'm that guy. She didn't listen, but here you are, proving me right. So it's okay. Once again, like I say, understand something. If I don't want people to get bogged down into minutia, but please understand the folks who started this, when they use those names like Margaret Sanger and things, you need to be very clear about who you're talking about and exactly what it means. When you talk about people like Charles Darwin, for example, you need to be very clear about who you're talking about and what that means. Because folks make a lot of assumptions, but they don't have any real knowledge of what the status and situation was of medicine, of academia in the late 19th century, early 20th century. They don't really have any idea of what it is. So they make a lot of assumptions in that regard. I'll tell you one thing that was not a theory, was when the money started coming in. Now, that was not a theory. Bill Gates is not a medical professional. He doesn't involve in medicine at all. He's a theorist. And he thinks he's got a lot of ideas too. So that's the real point I want to make to you here. You have people who are cloaking themselves under things. Now, I don't ever use a phrase without knowing what the hell I'm talking about. I do not want you to let anybody get you bogged down about this. They're using words that they know what they mean. And in rational discourse, it goes differently. Here, it doesn't. In rational discourse, it would go differently, but here it turns into this mutated thing. So I want you to be aware of why they say those things. There's a reason why she was as angry and triggered as she was, because she knew I was right. And she knew what I was saying, and she knew I was right. Let me go ahead and get the tent. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay, I'm going to assume he needs a second here. The tent.
There I go.
Mute yourself.
Hey there, everybody. Thanks for letting me speak. I got a TV on. I need to turn off the background.
Okay, let's be ready to speak, folks.
So I'm listening, and a lot of wide-ranging commentary here. I'm coming from a perspective of saying Black people should support Roe versus Wade because it is a symbol of a progression of freedom in America.
Freedom to do what? Freedom to do what, sir?
No, I'm talking about freedom from.
Okay, for you, it's a progression of freedom. Freedom to do what,
But
sir?
I'm saying,
freedom,
no, the first thing
sir,
I'm saying, freedom,
sir,
What do
If
you
you have
mean? Freedom to
freedom,
do
you're saying
what?
you have a freedom to do something. So
No, you
free to do
are
what?
free from something. You have a
Okay.
freedom to live freely because you don't
Okay.
have people pushing you around telling you what to do.
Live freely in order
To
to
make your
do what, sir?
choices, your decisions, your designs.
By the way, do you all notice these pro-abortion people are very loud, very triggered, very angry? Should
Well,
they be
you're
allowed to
very
make
hard, dude.
decisions about what happened to a
You're
baby?
like a gravel road, man. You're fucking up my tires.
Okay, sir, you're very angry. It sounds like you kind of been in that drink, and I'm
Oh,
not going to hold it against
I'm
you.
amused. I'm
And
amused
okay, sir,
that every
it
time,
sounds like you've been in the drink, and that's okay. But you
no,
gotta
I,
you gotta you gotta
no.
calm down, sir.
Okay,
You
okay. So, like,
kind of
before I speak again,
it
should I
sound
have
it's no
qualifications?
it sounds like you have 6 or 7 kids. Do you?
I don't have kids. I take
Okay,
care of other people's kids.
okay. It sounds like you're the kind of guy who would, say, "Hey, heifer, I ain't having." You sound the kind of guy who would drive 3 or 4 chicks to an abortion clinic. So I don't want to make assumptions, though. I don't want to make assumptions.
Okay,
But
look. Okay, so let me run my abortion associations.
okay,
Okay, I
I
grew
don't
up
need your rap.
Catholic. I got 12 brothers and sisters because my mama wanted to honor her Catholicism.
That's great, sir. I can't give
Okay,
you.
now
We
the
don't need your
first time
resume,
I came
sir. We
across the
don't need your
idea of
resume.
abortion,
Okay, let me calm him down, sir. We don't need your resume. The only question I need to have answered is how is abortion constructive? Puts us ahead as black people. That's the only question I have. How is abortion constructive to black people? You can go ahead
okay,
and unmute yourself.
well,
Now, in order to say something is constructive, you have to show, well, those of us doing abortion, we
okay.
have better outcomes than those who don't. So, how is
Okay.
abortion constructive for black people?
I have to cite a black woman professional gave who I saw this morning speaking on the very subject, uh, citing her experience in the state of Mississippi, which the Roe versus Wade was used that case to get the Roe
Okay,
versus
so you're doing a
Wade.
lot of wind up. Can you just go ahead and get to the explanation? How
Okay,
is it
so the
constructive to
lady
black people?
explained it this way: that in Mississippi, black women die at 100 times rate.
100 times? I'm not so certain about that, but okay.
Well, I'm trying to remember exactly her words. It was like 14 to every 100 women that died of pregnancy delivery problems. Only 14 died of problems related to abortion.
Okay, what does that have to do with abortion? How does abortion put us ahead, sir? You're babbling.
Because abortion may have saved 86 women's lives under those in that scenario.
Okay, did those women choose to get pregnant?
I don't know. She didn't give details.
Okay, then
She was
sir,
a medical
okay,
professional
sir,
speaking from a
first of all, that's
statistical
not
standpoint.
constructive. If you're going to say that the problem is that black women who get
How am I
pregnant
going
tend
to know
okay,
how every
sir,
woman decides to get pregnant?
okay, calm down, y'all. I don't know what they're putting in the E and J anymore. I don't know what they're putting in the wild turkey anymore. But it's like these old cats who abandon these chicks. When these females call up talking about my daddy had 6 or 7 kids, they're talking about guys like this. They get old, they ramble, they wail, and they really just think folk want to hear what they have to just ramble about. And it's like, dude, hey, I don't want to hear it any more than your kids and grandkids do. So just get right to the point. We don't want to hear rambling. That's not what we showed up for. So we don't know you like that to do that. So let's keep it concise. But the bottom line is you have not explained how that situation is constructive. Black women are victims of medical apartheid, but you have not explained how abortion puts us ahead socially and socioeconomically. You haven't said how it's a positive. You've told me how it's destructive. That was what you just described. That's damn destructive. It hasn't fixed the hospital or medical system that targets black women for substandard care so that the mortality rate of black women giving birth is engineered It is not natural. It is engineered. And what you said does not fix that. So I'll give you a second crack at bat. Put the glass down, please. Stop drinking it. Put it down. I'll let you unmute yourself. Let me give you another crack at the bat here. Other than that specious example you just gave, which actually makes my point, how is abortion constructive for Black people?
Well, I tried to be brief. It contributes to the freedom that each individual of us has by
You
not
really, you really didn't want them chicks
submitting,
having them
by,
babies, did you?
by not
He was
submitting
he
to
was
the
really determined to
demands
stay
of a
off that
man,
child
which
support.
comes from that old Christian Adam. Eve was made from Adam's rib. So there's a standard of inequality that's existed in the cultures that we got from Europe into America, and it's based on this false religious thing. And this is what these people are trying to claim back for themselves. The
Okay,
white
sir, you have not
patriarchy is
explained.
trying to
Sir,
claim
you're
that.
going on a religious babble screed. You're not
No, it's
explaining how,
political.
sir,
The
calm
political
down,
white
sir,
people who
calm
enslaved
down.
us is trying to do
Okay,
more.
sir, put the E and J down, sir. Calm yourself. These abortion people are very, very loud, rude, uncivil, triggered as hell. You all need to take some lithium. We're going to allow our most emotionally imbalanced to discuss what happens to babies. Could you imagine these folk alone in a room with a bottle of gasoline and a match and an infant? Could you imagine what would occur? I'm kind of worried. I'm sure there would be more fires than there would be campfires. But in any case, if I had a community of people who have abortions and a community of people who have no abortions, I want you to explain to me how the community of people who have abortions will turn out better than the ones who don't. In other words, how is it constructive? How does the group that has abortions have an advantage over the ones who don't? Unmute yourself and answer just that question, Mr. the Tenant.
Well, I do know a lot of women in our history and our lineage aborted themselves and their babies rather than being sold and raped by the people who owned them. And that
Sir, you're
put us
talking about,
in an
sir, what are you talking
advantage.
about? Black women fought and killed to save their babies. What are you talking about?
Oh, not all of them.
Sir, it's not about not all, the majority, sir.
Well, no, it's not about that. It's about the
So
individual.
now it's not about reality and
No,
history
it's
anymore. Now it's
about
about
the
whatever he says.
individual. The individual life. Like the
Okay.
baby's not an individual life until it's born on earth. You like
Okay.
can't count a baby in the womb. The census doesn't do that. It might make note, but it's not
Okay, so
counted.
that no, sir, there's a difference between a political disposition and a physical biological one. How the census operates is a political mechanism.
Okay.
Biology doesn't give a damn about the census and how it counts
Oh,
life.
goodness gracious. Biology created the politics.
Sir, are you saying that a person is not alive unless the census counts them?
In terms of government and jurisdiction
Okay,
and under
sir, are
law,
you saying that
yes.
a
In
person is
terms
not
of
a bio?
government
Are you saying
and
that a person is not a biological entity deserving of protection
no, I'm
unless the
referring
census
to the
counts
political
them?
side. You're talking about a court case and
No,
about
sir, I'm not.
politicians who support it. Why should
You're
black people
trying to get ahead
support
of
Roe
me.
versus Wade? That's
You're
the
trying to get
question.
ahead of me, sir. He's trying to anticipate where I'm going, and he's almost correct. He's trying to short circuit it now because he's like, oh, hell, he didn't think about this before he said it. Sir, you're trying to make the argument that a person isn't a person unless the census declares you are a person. That's the argument you're trying to make now. And boy, you know what? You sound like Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and the slave
Under
owners.
American government, that's true. Not
Okay,
under
I didn't
science,
ask
not
about
in
government,
nature.
sir. I'm asking you as
Well,
a
well,
no,
I
sir.
don't
I'm
think you
asking
know
you
where
as a
you are or
principle,
what you're talking about, so I'm
sir.
leaving.
I'm asking you as a matter of your own personal principle. Do you consider that to be accurate? Okay, his Jack Daniels internet has done something there. So he's lost connection. His Jack Daniels internet has given out. So he had the moonshine still going. It was bubbling. The moonshine still was bubbling, but okay. Let me get Barb. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello.
Okay, she's wrestling with her phone. Hello, Barb. What's on your mind?
Hi, I was just calling. I'm a medical professional and I'm not anti abortion. I'm not pro abortion. I do disagree with, the Planned Parenthood plan in urban areas to push abortions on Black women. But my fear is that if abortion is not legal, I mean, there are legitimate reasons that people have to have abortions. In one way,
Okay,
um,
but those are let's for the sake of argument though, in time, those are very small. Those are very small. 97% of them are being used as a form of birth control. Is that not accurate?
I wouldn't say the majority, but
Okay,
I would say a
ma'am, the
significant.
overwhelming majority of abortions are voluntary. Are you going to argue that that's not true? You claim to be a medical professional. Are you actually going to sit here and say that's not true?
Well,
Really?
yeah, no, an abortion is an elective procedure. You don't have to have it. I mean, except in cases where either they have a medical problem, where
Thank
a,
you.
a pregnancy might be dangerous to their
Thank
health. I
you.
mean, women
And
die.
north of 95%, the woman's health is in no physical danger whatsoever. She simply wishes to end her pregnancy because social reasons, not health reasons.
Right.
Not physical
You're
health.
correct.
I have to make the distinction physical health reasons because we are in such a sick, disease, deranged era that now people will tell you that health extends to mental. Now they never give that extension to men. Men don't get to say we don't want to be parents because mental health. I'll kill myself. But that's a slightly different discussion. However, ma'am, north of 95%, the woman's physical health is in no danger. So let's not do that one. Let's not do
But
that one.
but in the case where it's outlawed, even those women that do have health conditions, I mean, they would still be barred from having abortions.
Okay, when you say in the places where it's outlawed, where are the places where it's outlawed exactly?
Well, the red states.
Ma'am, okay, you're saying the red states outlawed abortion or the red states have outlawed the voluntary ones? Because all the ones that I've seen have exceptions for physical health.
Well, I,
Name for me, ma'am, name for me 3 states that say we want to outlaw abortion under all circumstances.
it was my belief that Texas is one of them.
No, ma'am, completely untrue. Ma'am, completely untrue. False. False. But like I say, she's saying it's my belief. And I want you all to kick at that word. She's making literal statements in front of the world about things she believes, not what she knows, not about fact. Well, I believe this. So it doesn't sound like you're neither anti-abortion nor pro-abortion. It sounds like you're very pro-abortion and you have a belief system. Now, belief systems are fine, except when your religion, which is your belief system, doesn't require a deity to have a belief system. But if your religion is pro abortion and you just believe things, well, I believe Texas wants, well, but if Texas doesn't actually say that, then you're kind of just fabricating something. So I'm just saying, for the sake of honesty here, for everyone, because you wouldn't want people to sit up here and say that you meant something or you're going to do something that you never said you were going to do. Would you want that to happen?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so let's just keep it at that point right there. That's not what it's about. Hey, let me find out something else here. How old are you?
I'm 51.
Okay, you have a very nice hairstyle, by the way. That must cost a lot of money. That must
Thank you.
cost quite a grip. But where are your people from originally, might I ask?
I'm Haitian.
Okay, thank you. That takes care of that there. And let me find out here. Do you have any biological children?
I have three.
Okay. And do you feel in any way self-conscious to look at them and say, you know what, aborting you was fully an option for me?
Absolutely. I have three girls.
Right, but
And
slow down. I'm not understanding what you mean, though. Are you saying that you would be perfectly comfortable looking your three daughters in the face and saying, you know what, aborting you was completely an option for me?
yes.
That I considered aborting all of you.
Well, no, I didn't consider it. That wouldn't be truthful. But
Right, but what I'm saying is that
the,
you feel comfortable telling your, maybe I'm not making it clear. Would you feel comfortable telling your daughters, you know what? I would have been okay aborting any of you under the right circumstances.
no, no, I
Thank
would
you.
not.
Thank you. Now, there's where the pro-abortion argument falls flat, except in the most heinous of people. When you tell them, they always claim they're okay with it. And it's like, okay, do you have children? Sure. Are you okay telling them, by the way, it was 50-50. When I got pregnant, I would have been okay if you were born, and I would have been equally as okay aborting you. Either one of those would have worked for me. And all of a sudden, for most of them, except the most indecent and heinous, it changes. It changes. And that's very, very important. Now, you say you're a medical professional. What exactly is your area of expertise?
I'm an obstetrician gynecologist.
Oh, okay. Well, that's great.
Mhm.
Um, so you do realize that Black women are targeted for abortion.
In certain areas, yes, they
Okay,
are.
okay, good. Now, ma'am, it's in certain areas like planet Earth. Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. The pro-abortion people, they have to proceed with dishonesty and trying to dismiss and diminish things. No, ma'am, that area that you're referring to, certain areas is planet Earth, ma'am. Anywhere you go on this planet, if there's Black folk, there's some white folks showing up saying, "Hey, I know you asked for economic development, but let me drop this abortion clinic here." Bill Gates is not offering venture capital funds to young Black entrepreneurs, but he's offering abortions and birth control in Africa. Now, think about that for just a few moments. Are you all even recognizing or acknowledging this?
Absolutely. But I think it's multifactorial. You have education on birth control, safer sex techniques. When you're talking to people who are just struggling just to make it every day, that's not top on their list. And a lot of people who are in low socioeconomic statuses are in survival mode. So that education on birth control is just not there. It's just not being given,
Okay,
or
well,
they're or they're or
in the
they're
21st century, we kind of can't say that anymore. Let's put that myth to bed. This is like the folks who say I can't get a divorce. That kind of insults the intelligence of people in the 21st century. So, with all due respect, ma'am, can we just put that little myth and trope to bed? Let's stop with the excuses, because when men go into child support court, we never get to. Nobody listens to us, neither online or offline, about, oh, I didn't know how to get her pregnant. I didn't know. So can we just go ahead and retire that myth? Can we retire its jersey now? Can we just do that? It's the 21st century. Can we just retire that jersey? Just
Well,
between you and me, Barb.
it actually is true. I mean, I see women all day, every day,
You
and
see women or you see children?
I see all. I see
You
from
see
like
30-year-old women
13.
who say, I don't know how I got pregnant.
Well, not saying I don't know how I got pregnant,
Thank you.
but
Okay, then you're proving my point, ma'am. Either she knows how pregnancy works or she doesn't. Now, are you going to say that she knows how pregnancy works, but that she is unaware of a thing called birth control?
well, birth control is there's not a birth control method other than abstinence. That's 100%.
Okay, but
So
slow down, but slow down, but slow down. Come on, let's not evade the question, ma'am. Come on now. This is not honest. Are you made a statement that implies, and like I say, this is that trickery they use, ma'am. Are you telling me that there's a 30-year-old woman in the United States who doesn't know what birth control is and that she has access to it?
yes, absolutely. There
You're,
are
you're telling me that
women.
there are
Yes.
30-year-old women in the United States who don't know that birth control exists.
Well, they know it exists, but they may
Okay,
not think it's
okay,
for
you
it
just
may
said
not.
yes, they do. Ma'am, are you telling me that there's a female in the United States who doesn't know what birth control is and that she has access to it?
The access, I have a problem. They may know, but they may not have access. They may not
Okay,
have health.
yeah.
They may not have health insurance. or they may
Ma'am,
not.
okay, you don't need help. They don't need health insurance for that, ma'am. Plan B is $50.
But Plan B is not birth control. Plan B is emergency. I mean,
Okay,
that's not something that you would use
emergency
on
emergency to do what?
to prevent
Miss,
pregnancy.
that okay, so preventing pregnancy is not controlling it?
Yes, it is, but it's
Okay,
not
thank you. I like
meant
to. By the way, for everybody here earlier, just in case you thought he's off his square about that, let me bring that back to Margaret Sanger. I don't use the terms and words that I use because I'm guessing. I use the terms and words that I use because I know exactly what I'm talking about. So, and by the way, she's a gynecologist and I'm not. But take a look at how this is going. Ma'am, that's birth control. Hell, the damn packaging. Ma'am, how it's regulated by the FDA. How is it regulated by the FDA, ma'am?
Plan B.
Yes, ma'am. How is it categorized?
Yeah, it's a pharmaceutical,
A
but
pharmaceutical
but it is
categorized to do what?
but it is over the counter at this point
Okay, but it's a pharmaceutical categorized to do what?
to prevent unwanted pregnancies.
Okay, thank you.
But it's
And the
not the
whole
sort of
reason for
thing.
making it over the counter was they wanted to make it the same as the contraceptive pill, but they
Right.
are both birth control. That was why they were like, hey, this needs to be regulated the same as the oral contraceptive. So this isn't Jason Black talking. This is the FDA talking,
Yes.
not me. This is not them. This is not me. This is them. So what I'm saying is if somebody tries to parse that hair, you have basically just said that the FDA was either lying or you know better, or I'm not sure. But what I will say
Well,
is it's a it's,
to get birth control, you have to see a doctor. The birth control pill. The reason they made it over the counter was to make it more accessible to women so that they didn't have to call and make an appointment and get in to see a doctor, because the window of opportunity to preventing a pregnancy is short. It's about 3 days, and
but
so there are a lot of
yes,
places
the
that
window of opportunity is very
you can't get
that
in to
actually
see
makes
a
a very
doctor
good
in
point.
3 days.
That actually
Huh?
makes a very, you know what, Barb, you actually make a very good point in that regard. I'm very glad you said that. So, in other words, it doesn't give you any amount of time to find out what this is going to do to you.
No.
Yeah. Wow. Does that strike you as a medical professional? Does that strike you as rather risky and diabolical?
Well, I mean, it is regulated by the FDA for its
Okay, but
safety.
what we're saying is that it's regulated, but you haven't even had to, you're saying that you got to hurry up and take this, and you don't even have the time to make a doctor's appointment to find out what this could potentially do to you.
Yeah.
So take the pill first and find out what it's going to do to you next.
Well, hopefully you would have done some research and gone online,
Ma'am,
and
okay.
you
Are you
can find out.
serious? Are you serious?
The morning after pill is essentially, it's just birth control pills is all it
Okay, now you're
is.
going to minimize it. Ma'am, are you telling me that a 19-year-old female using Google will be able to make a accurate assessment of what that pill is going to do to her over a doctor?
Yes, because it's deemed safe enough that the average person can go to a pharmacy, just like you can go to a pharmacy and pick up a bottle of Tylenol, because the FDA has deemed that it's safe to take Tylenol on your own outside of the advice of a doctor. It's the same
Yes,
thing
ma'am, but
for the morning after pill.
This is not Tylenol, ma'am. This is not acetaminophen.
Well, according to the FDA, it's treated the same as Tylenol because you do not need a prescription. You can
Well,
walk
you're
into
saying
any
about how it's
pharmacy
treated. Yes, ma'am. You're talking
and
about how
pick it
it's
up.
treated. You're talking about how it's treated.
And as far as safety, I mean, to your health, it's treated the same way as Tylenol. So you can walk in, anybody can walk in and pick up a Plan B, because the FDA has deemed that it is safe. That even in the hands of someone who has no medical knowledge, they can still take it without any harm being done to them.
Okay. Well, just so y'all be aware here, like I say, it has a lot of side effects to it: nausea, vomiting, fatigue, breast tenderness, bleeding between periods and heavier bleeding, abdominal cramps, headache, fatigue. That don't sound like acetaminophen to me.
Have you ever read the
Slow
product
down.
insert for
Slow down.
Tylenol?
Slow down. I'm not even, first of all, the Tylenol is supposed to get rid of pain. That's the first thing. But second of all, I'm not even saying you shouldn't use it. I'm not even saying you shouldn't have it. I'm not saying I don't approve of it. I'm not saying it shouldn't be legal. What I am saying, though, is that there are ways of preventing pregnancy, and everybody is aware of it. So when we start these arguments of, well, there's a couple of folks over here who don't know, it's like, in the modern era, this kind of insults our intelligence now. We've got sex education is so damn pervasive in this country today that you can't get away from it. It's on billboards, it's on buses. Ignorance today is not a condition, it's a choice. If somebody tells you they didn't know, it's not that they didn't know. It's because, yeah, I thought I was going to keep this dude and I just couldn't wait for him to lay on me. And we just need to be honest about, hey, let's just call it what it is. And then we can deal with it for what it is. But let's not pretend it's something it's not. We know what it is. We all know what we're dealing with here. The real thing is whether or not we accept it for what it is and then deal with that. Or do we just try to pretend and wink, wink, and oh, we don't know? Barb, you have not had a single woman walk into your office who didn't know how she got pregnant and didn't know that she had the means to prevent it. Not a single one. You know that.
Well, I
You
think
know
that
that.
most people, when they're engaging in sexual activity, they're not thinking long
Okay, but that
term.
doesn't change. But
They're
that
not
doesn't
thinking,
change, ma'am. That doesn't change the circumstance, though.
but it just makes them human.
Okay, that's a touchy-feely argument, but that doesn't in any way just.
It
Okay,
makes
let
them
me tell you right
human.
now, and I'm glad you said what you said, because I want you all to understand something. When you start saying that you're going to run a society by coddling people, not by personal responsibility, just understand you don't get to pick and choose where that limits. You don't get to pick and choose where that stops. And this idea that, well, if I have ovaries, I have been given amnesty from adulthood. That's a scary thing. Because you see, it used to be that you could say that females were, quote, more mature. We can no longer say that. They've opted out of it. And that's scary because you can't opt out of maturity and keep the respect of the people. You can't. You can't keep the respect of each other. I wish to see that return because it's gone right now. I'd like to see those days return. But when you start giving responses like this, as a 50-year-old medical professional, and she's giving responses that sound like Oprah, not like a doctor, not like a medical professional. She's giving responses that belong in a counseling session or in a psychologist's office, not answers that belong in the real physical biological world. And the reason this is scary to me is you went to school for this, ma'am. You went to school. You could not practice medicine if you didn't adhere to the rules of physics and biology that you were taught in school. And yet, during this conversation, you're disregarding them. Let me give you an example. When does life begin, Barb?
Life begins at conception.
And should life be protected, Barb?
It can be. It
Okay.
should.
Now,
It
I
should.
want you to
It
remember
should.
those
It should.
words.
It should be.
It should be. It
It
can
should
be.
be.
It should be. I
Mm-hmm.
want you to remember your words, Barb.
Okay.
They are going to come back to haunt you. Before I finish talking to you, by the way, she's giggling. It's no laughing matter. For those of you who have daughters, nieces, this is criminal.
What's criminal?
It can be. It can be. Not it must be. It can be. Hey, Barb, should men be required to get your consent before having sex with you? Should that be a requirement? It can be. It should be.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of folks. What you're doing is understand you're going to be held to the letter of the law, not your own personal wishes over it. And what you said is, well, it should life be protected? It can be. Oh, good. Then should sexual access to you be protected? It can be. All of a sudden, when you personalize it, she's not gonna want any gray area there. She's gonna want it to be black and white. She's not going to want any gray area. She's going to be like, oh, hell no, this is black and white. But when it comes to something else, all of a sudden, well, it can be a gray area.
Well, to answer your question, the previous question that you had about how banning abortion not banning abortion can help the Black community. I think there are a lot of young Black women, college girls, or people that are generally responsible for the most part, and things happen. I see it all the time. I see married women who have unwanted pregnancies and have accidents. I see college girls that have things happen to them, and they find themselves in a position where they have an unwanted pregnancy. And so I think, for people who cannot afford uh, to have a baby and raise a baby properly, and the resources are not there, because you can't just want women to have babies and then once they have the babies, there's no help. there's
Okay,
no
well, we
child
know
there's
that
no child care.
there's another red herring. There's another red herring. And this one gets trotted out by the very dishonest pro-abortion lobby. They're a very dishonest group of people who keep trotting out red herrings and straw men with no context. So let me go ahead and address that one and clear that one up for you. And by the way, I'm not a medical professional. I'm not a gynecologist, but take a look at the level of education I have to give out here. And it really calls into question what's happening in these medical schools. But what I'm going to tell you here is, first and foremost, when you talk about, oh, well, there are people from different walks of life who get pregnant under different circumstances and get abortions under different circumstances. Yeah, that's all speaking of very fundamental truth. That's just objectively observable. What is not is what that costs you. Is a woman, let me ask you a question here, and this is relating to what you just said. This is relating to what you just said, okay?
Hmm.
Barb, will you define for me what is a woman?
What is a woman? A female? Someone
I didn't,
who
well, I
is,
mean, slow down, slow down. Let me make sure I'm clear about this, though, because I want to make sure that I'm saying what is a woman. Now, I said what is a woman, and you said a woman, a female. I'm not making that decision, but you tell me, to Barb, her medical training, the determination she's made. Barb, what is a woman?
a woman is someone who was born with two X chromosomes, who is able to um, bring forth life, give birth. I mean, those are things that are uniquely female.
Okay, so woman and
If you want a
female.
biologic definition of what a female
No,
is,
I want your definition.
yeah,
I want yours.
that's my biologic. I mean, as
Okay.
far as characteristics, I mean, we can go on all day, but as far as how you can distinguish a man from a woman can bring forth life, can be pregnant,
Okay.
can breastfeed, uh,
All right, those are physical
right?
characteristics. That's great.
Physical,
Do
yeah,
you
that
all
makes,
do you also believe that women have? You tell me. This is you tell me. I don't know. Do you believe that women have other differences beyond just the physical? That there are unique
yeah,
female
absolutely,
woman traits specific to women that are
absolutely,
not
yeah.
physical? Oh, good. Can you name a few?
Women are nurturing. Women
So you're
are,
saying that. So you're saying that men are not nurturing. You're
we
saying
are.
men don't nurture.
I say women are natural nurturers. Not that there are
So
men
you
that can't
men are not
nurture.
natural nurturers.
No, women are natural nurturers. Yes.
Now, did you all see she didn't back down from that? I challenged her on that and she didn't back down. Oh, no, we're natural nurturers. And you know what? You're right. But I want you to understand, when you start having a gynocracy, when you start having feminist tyranny, when you start having misandry become female culture, you open up a black box you'll wish you never opened. You're absolutely right. Compared to men, women are natural nurturers, particularly over helpless things. And if you rob a woman and take that away from her, you have taken away and extracted her womanhood. whether she biologically has children or not. You know this. Now, I mentioned this in my program last night, but by the way, you know this as a gynecologist. Women have a physical reaction in the presence of infants. That's not something that they choose. They have an involuntary physiological response in the presence of infants. It's
But we're
biology. It's
but
DNA. It's not something you're taught. It's the result of millions of years of evolution. And it's intrinsic to what a woman is.
yes,
Intrinsic.
but a woman will be a nurturing spirit whether she has children or not.
Correct.
It
That's
is
what I
our
just said.
nature. So
That's what I just said. Thank you.
the ability to, I just don't I don't think abortion should be handed out left and right, because that's just not the way to go. That's a failure, of society. But
Right,
I
but
think
I don't
that
want to get too far down the road, though. Wait a minute. You name nurturing. Can you name another characteristic? Before we get into that, I just want to make sure we've covered our bases here. Can you name another non-physical characteristic um, that you believe is specific to women?
well, I mean, it's subject to argument, but I think women are more caring. Women are, I mean, we just wear so many hats. Uh,
Okay.
we're the,
Let the
you know,
man let the man weigh in here. And by the way, this is quite the commentary on womanhood today. Women are more empathic
yes,
than men.
yes.
By the way, women love taking compliments. They don't like taking critiques. Mm, they love taking accolades. It's like, oh boy. But women are more empathic. Now, why do I say that? Very basic example. When an infant starts crying, a man's natural inclination is going to be to try to quiet him. Let's just get him to stop the crying. A woman's natural inclination is to pick the baby up to try to determine why is he crying. Now, this annoys men in a lot of cases, like, okay, you're just letting him sit there and squeal. But it's usually because women in their DNA, they can understand, I need to find out why he's crying. He's crying for a reason. Where the men are trying to say, okay, let me figure out how to resolve it, as opposed to what is the source of it. Now, that doesn't mean that men are barbaric or anything like that. We are linear. We're mechanical. We take a look at it kind of like a car. Well, you're dealing with a baby, not a car. And women biologically understand this in a way that men have to learn. Now, that doesn't mean we don't get it or don't know it, but it doesn't come natural to us. Carrying something with you for 9 months makes you feel that way. That's something that's engendered into you. But you understand this at a biological level. That's what those two chromosomes give you. You understand that at a biological level. That is an intrinsic difference. It's non-physical, not physical. It goes into life also. When children start acting up and whatnot, men are disciplinarians. Women try to figure out, well, could there be a core root cause of that? And that's not to say it's a bad thing. And that's not also to say that there's not a yin and yang, that both of them don't have their uses in their place. But these are distinctive, non physical, intrinsic differences between men and women. So when we define a woman who has no empathy for a fetus, Barb, a woman who has no empathy and no feeling for a fetus, I submit you have lost the ability to call yourself a woman. If you cannot look at that fetus, if you can't feel that, when the men have more empathy, when they rub a woman's belly and he's like, that's alive, and the women are like, well, I can take it or leave it. I am saying that we have a generation of women who have lost their souls and lost their womanhood. You all are supposed to be fighting to the death for that. It's the men arguing, excuse me, that's alive, and the women saying, no, it's not. And what that really tells you is there's some ulterior reason. It isn't because of science. It isn't because of fact. It isn't because of medicine. They have another reason for wanting this veto power over giving birth. It's not because of health. There's something they want to do to us as men. And having this ability to abort gives them a power over us. And now they have degenerated to a point where they value that more than they do their womanly identity. This is sickness. This is illness. Barb,
Well,
a
I
woman who
think
is not naturally empathic and sensitive to a fetus, ma'am, would you agree that that woman has probably lost her womanhood and her womanly identity?
I think you're minimizing um,
Okay,
the
can we address my question?
psychological.
Can we address my question? If a woman is not empathetic towards a fetus growing inside of her, would that not be fair to say she's lost her womanly identity?
If she's lost her empathy, and that's the reason why she's having the abortion. I think most women that make that decision, it's a very difficult decision to make, and it's not without its mental trauma. To most of the women that I have come into contact with that have had abortions, it was a very difficult decision. It was a heart-wrenching decision that they made, and they prioritized other things above what you're talking about. But I don't
But do
think that
you believe it
they're
leads to a
dismissing. I
loss of
don't
that?
think they're
Do you believe that that's a
dismissing.
loss of their womanly identity, ma'am?
I believe that a woman still has all of her characteristics, whether she has a child, whether she doesn't have a child, whether she's had
Whether
an
she
abortion,
aborts.
whether she's had an abortion, and whether she's not had an abortion.
So you believe,
We
so
are
even
we
after
are who
everything that
we are.
you conceded all those points before, and all that led you back to say, well, yeah, you can have an abortion and still keep that, even though you already stated you can't have the abortion unless you disregard those womanly characteristics.
Well, no, I think you still have those characteristics, but
How?
sometimes
How?
you have to, um, in certain circumstances where you might come to a decision that it's you know you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and it's not a easy decision to just disregard a life. But if you really feel like you cannot afford to raise a child, you cannot afford to have a family, you don't
So
have
your
any support.
womanhood is your womanly identity is dependent on your finances, Barb.
Your ability, I mean, if you're not thinking about how you're going to care for this
Okay,
child
Barb, I
once it's
asked a
born.
question. Your womanly identity is dependent on your finances, Barb.
No, not your womanly. I'm saying your priorities as far as your decision
So
making
your
for your
finances can
life.
get you to overlook your nurturing nature and your empathic nature. Your
No,
finances can get you to overlook. That's what you just said.
no, I
That's
did
what
not
you
say
just
that. I
said.
said I said you still have those characteristics. However, you can make difficult decisions sometimes with limited resources, and so you just kind of have to do
Yes,
what
ma'am.
you
That's what you just
have.
said. You just said your limited resources will cause you
Right.
to make that decision to abort. So, in other words, you can't make that decision unless you disregard your womanly characteristics and traits. So, her finances determine her womanly principles and characteristics and traits.
Your ability to care for a child, so extending that respect for life that you're talking about into when the child is born. So what happens once the child is born?
Okay, well, ma'am. Slow
If you're
down.
not thinking
That's
about
another,
that,
ma'am.
if you're not thinking about
That's
that,
another discussion. We'll get to
no,
that in a
but
moment.
you
We're
have
gonna
to
get to
think
that in a
about
moment.
that.
Wait, we're
You
gonna
have
get to that. We're gonna get to that in a moment. Don't worry. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there in just a moment. First and foremost, however, the character and the makeup of the person who's carrying this child. Because when you have a person who is looking at a fetus and using words other than not using the words fetus, baby, and child interchangeably, wouldn't that constitute a complete loss of her womanhood? That she wishes to redefine it as something other than what it clearly is? Doesn't that constitute a loss of womanhood?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that.
Wow. Did you all
I
notice
wouldn't
something
say
tonight,
that.
by the way? The women who support abortion, you notice when you ask them that kind of question, they start stuttering from the most educated medical professionals to the most uneducated and uninformed high school dropouts. They all do the same thing. This isn't about abortion. Abortion must be about something other than, quote, health. This must be about something else. And those, the reasons they keep bringing up are financial, which really just means in regard to men. Good question, though, Barb. Hey, Barb, if a man determines that he cannot care for a child and the woman wishes to have the baby, then the man should be able to opt out of parenthood because he doesn't feel that he can mentally and emotionally or definitely financially take care of them. You would agree with that as well, would you not?
So the big
Okay, that was a
difference.
yes. Well, that was a
No, no,
yes or
no.
no. That
Let
was a
me
yes or
answer.
no.
Let me answer the big
You
difference
just
in that.
answered yes for women. You will not
No, no,
also
no.
answer yes for men.
The
You have to
big
give an explanation.
no, no, no. The big difference with that is that women, we cannot walk away from our babies. A man can.
Okay, ma'am, let me try this again. You want to give a woman the ability to not be obligated to become a parent while she's pregnant because, well, my finances, it would be a hardship on me financially. Okay, even if I accept that, will you extend that same power to men?
Absolutely.
Okay, but that's not what you would say, and that's not what the law allows.
Well, the law is the law, but
Okay, but
I wouldn't want to force. I wouldn't want to for. I would not want to force
none
a
of you ever
man.
argue
I
that
would not
people should
want to.
not become parents. None of you ever argue that. You all keep it centered strictly and confined only to
No,
women. You
I would
never
not
say
want
no
to
one
force
should
a
become a parent.
man. I would not want to force a man to be a parent if he does not want to be a parent. I
Okay,
mean
well, first,
that's
do you,
counterproductive.
okay, but is that the way that things have been treated for all this time?
Well, the law is the law.
Okay, I'm asking again, ma'am. These are yes no questions. Ma'am, is that the way it's been treated all this time?
Yes, absolutely. There
So
are a
men have
lot of
been
men
given the
who walk
same.
away from their
No,
children.
no, ma'am, no, ma'am. Being a man, that's the only having a child not taking care of them for a man, not women. That's a felony. If we treated women the way that we do men, there'd be a whole bunch of women in jail. A man who doesn't take care of his child loses his driver's license, business licenses, his passport. A woman can sit up here and kill her kids and will not lose her passport. A man will lose things, and if he still doesn't pay, he'll be jailed. So, you know, as a gynecologist, you're fully aware that men get treated that way. You know it's illegal in those red states, by the way, especially in the red states. You already know this, but you're acting like you don't know it. You didn't mention it, but you're acting like you don't know. And you do. Like I said, you can't be pro abortion and be an intellectually honest person. You can be pro abortion
I'm
and be
not
deceitful,
I
but you can't be
I'm
pro
not
abortion and be honest.
I'm not pro abortion and I'm not
Ma'am,
anti-abortion.
you're very pro abortion.
I
You are
believe that
extremely pro abortion.
for those women who are hell bent on terminating their pregnancies, there should be a safe option and
Okay,
that they shouldn't have to
what point should that stop?
abortion.
At what point should they not be able to do that?
Well, once the baby reaches to the point of viability where they can survive outside of the womb,
Okay. Why are you making that distinction at, quote, the point of viability?
because that's the point where this is an autonomous human being that
Okay. Why are you making that distinction of, quote, autonomy? Why are you making that distinction?
because there's a certain point where um, a baby can exist outside of the mom's womb.
If she doesn't feed them, how long are they going to exist?
Doesn't feed the baby
If the
or the
woman does
fetus.
not feed the baby outside of the womb, how long will that baby continue to exist?
No, not very long.
Oh, so why are you making the distinction between inside and outside viability? The baby outside the womb is not viable.
At what particular point are you?
Stutter, stutter. Okay. Ma'am, outside of the womb, if you do not feed the baby, they are not viable. By your definition of viability, if they get out the womb and you don't feed them, they're not viable then either. Now,
Well,
are they?
then you and I wouldn't be viable either because I mean,
We have the ability to feed ourselves.
right, but if you run out
Yes,
of
right.
food, if you run out of food or
It's not about
water.
running. No, ma'am, it's not about running out of food. I can surround a baby with food. If they are not able to if they don't think to feed themselves, it won't happen. Babies don't just
Well,
get
yeah,
up and just start eating.
babies need to be cared for.
Okay,
Absolutely.
yes, thank you. They have to be cared
Yeah.
for, but yeah. Thank you. So if the
and
baby,
fed and
the
burped and
same
diapered.
definition of inviolability that you're referring to at within the first 6 months, 5 months in certain cases, that same definition applies the first year outside the womb. Same circumstances, same viability, same definition, but you all make a distinction. And what I'm saying is the only reason you're making that distinction is because in order to kill this one, you have to look him in the eye to do it. As long as they're hidden, see, this is the
Right.
loss of humanity. Well, as long as I don't have to see them, you know what? Joseph Goebbels and Himmler and Eichmann thought the same things. For those of you who don't know your Nazis, other than Adolf Hitler, they thought this. They were comfortable too, as long as I don't have to see them. When they took the Jews into the gas chambers and dropped the Zyklon B, those were cement walls. You couldn't see anything. What you would do is you put them all in there, drop the packets, let them open. There were these little holes at the top of the place. Drop the packets in, and that's it. You never saw them. You might hear them scream for a little bit, and then the screaming would stop. And then you go in, pick up the bodies, and throw them into an oven. No fuss, no muss, and you really don't have to see anything. See, that's a requirement for a loss of humanity. If you allow this system and circuitous route to take place, as long as I ain't got to look him in the eye, I could do this. Yeah, I could kill a baby if I don't have to look him in the eye. I could do it. I sure could.
So, can I ask you a question? So, what do you say to a woman that's hell bent that she's going to terminate her pregnancy, regardless of what you have to say, what I have to say, what the government has to say?
Okay, very glad you asked that question right there. And my answer to it is no. Now, let me explain to you why the answer better be no, Barb. It better be no. Imagine, if you will, a scenario where a woman is standing on the Golden Gate Bridge. She's holding up her 2-year-old child. I'm hell bent on killing myself and the kid. We should all just keep about our daily commute. Correct?
No.
Thank you. Because you see, listen to these next words, Barb. These are 3 words that I need women today to have a conversation and sit down with themselves and reintroduce into their lexicon so that they can reclaim their humanity as a group. We are civilized. We are not animals. We're not lions that rip apart the babies if they challenge us. We're not hyenas that eat the children. And when you have grown women, gynecologists, medical professionals, academics who take on the traits of hyenas and snakes and wild creatures, they're not listening to themselves. They've taken on barbaric animalistic traits to the point that they have to have an argument and a just debate over whether or not you protect children. So no, ma'am, you would treat those exactly the same because, Barb, newsflash, we are civilized. Let me explain to you what that means, Barb. Let me give you a little more detail in that regard. Do you know the reason why people wear clothes, Barb? Well, that's a vestige of civilization. You know why we eat on plates with utensils? That's a vestige of civilization. Do you know why we bury our dead? We had to teach the Europeans that. You know why we do that? That's a vestige of civilization.
And those are cultural norms,
Now, those are not.
because you can go to different
What is
countries and
culture? What is
different
culture?
you can go to different places and they eat differently. You can go to
Okay, are
different
you going to
places
tell me
and
that
they
there's a
bury their dead differently.
ma'am?
Those are cultural
Tell me the
norms.
place. Tell me the place where human beings eat off the ground with their dogs.
Hmm.
Yeah, do you see, when you start talking silly long enough and you're just determined to
No,
defend
it's
the
not silly.
indefensible, you start making all
It's
types of reaches.
it's a part
I'll
of.
try it again, man. I'll try it again. If it's culture, please tell me the place in the world where human beings eat off the ground like their dogs.
Well, there are places that you can that don't eat with utensils.
Ma'am, let me try this one last time. Show me the place where people eat their food off the ground like their dog does.
I can't think of any
Okay,
instances.
it's not you can't. You know why you can't think of any? Because you've been, well, you're 50, you're half a century old, you've been medically trained, and you know better. So you're using words you're not really sure what they mean. Because by the way, what does culture mean? Culture, root word cult, it simply means what you do.
Right. And the way you do it.
Okay, and so you're not going to sit up here and turn it into some astrophysical context. We don't eat on the ground because we're better than dogs. You see, the dog doesn't understand those things. And it doesn't matter how long we explain it to the dog, he's never going to understand it. See, there's a reason why we teach children, Barb. We feed babies because they will understand it. We put them in little clothes because he will understand the usefulness of bigger clothes. We give them little utensils because they will understand the need for bigger utensils and etiquette, even. They're going to take it to an art form. You see, that's the reason that we do it. It's not some cultural norm or societal construct. We have found a better way and we've adopted it. That's the reason why. And now it's hard coded in our DNA. Pay attention, Barb. It is now hard coded in our DNA. Babies today, well, boy babies in particular, I'm sure you're aware of this. If you're not, you're about to learn something. Boy babies will naturally pick up things and stack them on top of each other. Naturally. The girls tend to gravitate toward ornamentation. Boy babies will naturally pick up blocks and objects and stack them on top of each other. Now, more primitive man created tools. Utensils, in my opinion, utensils are in the category of tools. They're tools for eating. Yeah, because we found a better way. We found a better way. Yeah, you could smash coconuts or you can refine this piece of metal over here and slice it open. One's going to dash all the liquid all over the ground. The other one is going to preserve most of it. Now it's hard coded in our DNA. It's in our DNA now. So that's not just a societal norm. But for a person to wish to define civilization as just a societal norm, you got to ask, now, why would they try something like that? What are they really trying to defend? They're not defending the facts. What are they really trying to defend? Must be something else. Gotta be. Because these two don't fit, not together. Now, by the way, you didn't really answer my question here before. If women are going to be able to opt out of parenthood, you claim that you support men doing the same thing. That's great. Will you also, if you truly believe that, and if that's truly what you mean, will you pledge with us here tonight that we will not reinstate Roe v. Wade or anything close to it unless we make sure that it is bundled and coupled with giving men the exact same right? We will not try to do what we did before and give women a right that men will not have.
Absolutely.
Okay, so if we all can't go together, if we all can't go to hell together, we shouldn't be allowed to go separately.
Right. And in addition, education, investing in our communities to educate women about birth control, about their options, has to be coupled along with that.
How
Because
about a different education? How about personal accountability, respectability? What we used to teach young females from an early age is that you are the respectable class. The reason why you will not have to go to war, the reason why men will hold doors for you, the reason why you will not have to change your own tires is because you are going to behave in a certain way. And that you take accountability for that. Because we're insisting, the real problem here, and you understand this, we're insisting that the men have to take accountability and responsibility no matter what occurs. The men don't get to shed theirs. This is really about, can we give the women the ability to just throw away all accountability and in the process discard their womanhood and their humanity? So if we're going to do that, why don't we just start from the beginning? Teach your girls that to be a respectable person.
absolutely.
How about we start there?
But we're also battling, everything that's, in the media, and you have, with the rappers, and you have all of those things influencing our girls too. You have a culture. You
Broad
have a
burning and
culture that
Roe v. Wade didn't need cable television news and 50 Cent on the radio.
yeah, but then you
Try
have
a different explanation.
you have rappers like Megan the Stallion that promotes,
This is
sexual
decades later. This is
sexual
decades, man. That train
sexual
was rolling in the 60s.
promiscuity.
That train was rolling in the 1960s, ma'am. You're not going to make this a 21st century issue. That train was often rolling in the 1960s.
Well, but it is because you have young girls emulating these rappers, and when you have the rappers promoting,
Ma'am, you're
sexual
disregarding that the females were
promiscuity.
already, they were emulating Gloria Steinem and the bra burners in the 70s, ma'am.
Right,
This is not a new, this is not a new issue.
but this is just a continuation, and
That's my
it's on
point.
a larger scale.
So
It's
you
on a
can't
larger
lay it.
scale now. It's mainstream now.
No, I would argue too that it was mainstream before now, and that's the problem. The problem was
Well,
that you had a
I mean,
segment, you had a population that was, you
you're
saw a
probably about
population that saw a way to capitalize on it, and they did.
right, but you're probably around the same age as me. And when I was
Yes.
growing up, um, we weren't seeing, sexually explicit acts. We weren't seeing,
Okay,
you
let me
know,
go ahead
we
and deal with that little
we were
misnomer
not.
and ma'am. Let me go ahead and deal with that little misnomer and myth. For those of you who want to hear these older women sit up here and tell you about what wasn't going on back in the day, let me tell you right now, I got to remind people, ask your grandmama what was happening at a concert for the Four Tops or the Temptations or Rick James or James Brown. They had groupies, they had hoes, they had females throwing their underwear, taking their underwear off and throwing it on stage back in the 1950s. And that was common, common, common. Now, if you didn't know, you just got told. But don't let any of your mamas and grandmamas fool you into believing that under the right circumstances in the right place, they wasn't thotting it up with every damn body else. Yes, they were. It just wasn't on Instagram. But you go ask the Temptations, Four Tops, Smokey Robinson, Jackie Wilson. The women were throwing their draws on stage. On stage. I can't remember the last concert I saw with Chris Brown. Anybody with somebody throwing their underwear on stage. If anything, the girls today are more conservative in that regard. Your grandmamas were throwing their draws on the stage, ma'am, in the 50s. And there's evidence actually that predated the 50s, but I'm only going to go for the places where we can actually record it and have evidence of it because it predates the 50s, by the way. So let's just stop telling that little trope.
Was it
That
on?
ain't at all what it is.
Was it on TV?
Ma'am, you're talking about technological advent. What I'm saying is when they had the opportunity, they did it. What we
Right, but
didn't,
these things are
the
being promoted.
difference.
These things are being promoted to
Okay,
our
no,
young
ma'am.
women.
Ma'am, there was always available. What was not promoted was the mothers sitting with their daughters saying, I can understand you getting an abortion. Now, that was what was not happening. They threw their drawers on stage, but they understood that if I follow through on this, that I'm going to be on my own. They're going to send me up north. They're going to disown me. The schools are going to kick me out. There will be consequences if I take this any further. So I can throw my drawers on stage, but I better not get pregnant because there will be consequences. Now we've given them the idea that there are no consequences anymore. That's what changed, Barb. They're coming into your office and you're telling them there will be no consequences. That's what changed. You can't give people the idea that they are free from consequences and debauchery doesn't immediately follow. You're telling them they can give in to their base, darkest instincts and that nothing will happen. And it's a lie. At best, they become unfit to be wives or mothers. And at worst, they become degenerates and completely sexually, emotionally, and mentally deranged. Shout out Lizzo.
And are those the women that you're wanting to bring forth life and to raise children?
No, you don't want them to. Here's the problem. They're the biggest influences now because the so-called good girls listen to the rest of them because they're so pervasive, because all the females around them, including their mothers and their grandmothers, all of them trying to avoid responsibility or telling the daughters it's okay for you to do the same thing. So that has become the cultural norm now. You're right. Lack of wife material, lack of decent woman material. Yeah, you're right, Barb. That's become the norm now.
So you have a generation of women
Three
that are
generations, but go ahead.
generations, and now with banning abortion, you have those women being forced to have children. And
No, ma'am, they're not.
what's the outcome of that going to
Okay,
be? Where are those kids?
first of all, is six in one hand, half a dozen in the other, because you have plenty of mentally and emotionally unstable females who have a bunch of kids.
And it's not
Yikes.
a pretty sight.
Life is messy, Barb. Now, on the one hand, we have choices to make there as well. Well, we could say you need to pass a test to become a mother or a parent. We could say that as well. I mean, people know the old meme that you need a license to drive a car, but you don't need a license to have children. Well, you know what? I understand that. Of course, we've also seen the peril of that also, because the people who make those rules are probably going to see that as an opportunity to. By the way, there's a group of folk over I've been wanting to wipe out for a while. So if we make it where they don't have permission, we can get that against them too. So you open the door to that type of abuse. All these things are a balancing act. However, you know what, the one that is the most effective and has the least risk of those things, Barb? A generation of females who embrace accountability and principles. And do not sit in circles with each other condoning the reprehensible and giving it cute little innocuous insensitive terms and names. Stop saying fetus.
Absolutely, I think
Stop saying fetus unless it is understood as baby and child. Stop doing that. Stop making them feel comfortable, dehumanizing the birthing process. Stop, as women, get together and check each other. Women today will be more critical of each other's choices of shoes than they will over their choices of the men they lay up with, the circumstances in which they do it, and how they view babies. And then they wonder, well, where'd the respect for women go? Why don't you all start treating each other about children the way you do about each other's hairstyles and shoes? Maybe that would be the answer.
maybe.
Then let's get to it.
Thank you, Mr. Jason.
Thank you for checking in with us here tonight.
Alrighty.
Hurry, step right up to her gynecological practice. The babies check in, but they don't check out. All right, let me get, I don't know, I'm just taking order. I see it here. Wayne, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, Jason Black. It's Wayne from Chicago.
Wayne from Chicago, what's on your mind?
Okay, I got a couple of statements I want to make. First thing, every woman who gives birth has two breasts, but we have a formula shortage. Number two, the type of women who that would have an abortion, they'll still be the same women without the abortion. So I think the abortion clinics should stay open. The reason I say it should stay open because they should be able to walk in the front door, and just like that TV show Catch a Predator, they be charged with attempted murder going out the back.
Well, in a perfect world, that's exactly what we would have. In a perfect world. And who knows, we might actually be able to get some rationality in that regard again, because they damn sure would do that to men. If men tried to do the exact same thing, oh yeah, it would happen. So, like I say, who knows, Wayne? Who knows? Keep the faith. Let me get Shay Dadon. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, Jason, thanks for having me on. First, I wanted to say about that Barb woman. I don't know what's going on with her or what type of practice she practiced, but she came up here and made herself sound real stupid. And she made black doctors look bad coming up here talking that crazy stuff. But outside of should black people be supporting Roe versus Wade, definitely we shouldn't be supporting any type of establishment that's put in place to harm us or put in place to get rid of us. I'm with the opinion of Wayne. I personally don't think well, I would be a little more harsher, and when they come out the back door, that's the last door they come out of. Because the simple fact of the matter is, if you can kill your child, then like you don't like. There's nothing in me that believes that women who have abortions are going that they walk away from that successfully. I've never heard of any person or any like I wouldn't even trust a woman who had an abortion to be in political office. Women who have abortions should just got rid of. Like just like you got rid of your baby, we get rid of you. Now, with that being said, I'm not interested in harming women. I'm not interested in making them look bad or making them look crazy or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But there's a simple
If you're trying to abort your kids, I would like to make you look bad and crazy. But go ahead. That's just me though. But go
well,
ahead.
yeah. If you willing to abort your kids, yeah, you are bad and crazy. But I'm not saying that to say like, I'm not. I don't want this to. I'm not trying to turn to a women hating thing. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe a good portion of women have had abortions. So all these women out here, for the most part, are trash. But the idea that we should like these different scenarios, like I get no. I was watching some news thing and the lady was saying, well, why if a 17-year-old girl was raped by her father and forced to have a baby, and got pregnant, why should she be forced to go through that? And the simple fact of the matter is, so what? Like that's happened in the past. Like it's something that just happens. Like you say, Jason, life is messy, and sometimes people and they do their dirtiest deeds. But who are we to take that out on the child? Like
Well,
now, I'm not.
as here's the thing though, as men, they never ask that question of us. They never
Because
say, "You're 17 years old. Why should we make him a father?" They're like, "You 17 and you gonna pay child support."
well, that's the thing. Women, I mean, men are better than women. That's just a simple fact. Mentally, physically, spiritually, we are better than them. We'll never put ourselves in a position that way. Like, men ain't out here slinging penis to women that are who don't want it. And if you got rape, there are charges for that. And even with it's in a rape, if you get pregnant, like deal with it. Shut up. Like people get raped all the time. Half of the world was built on rape. Like
Well,
the
now
majority of the people.
well,
Listen, the majority of the world
while
wouldn't be
slow
here.
down,
The
while
majority of the world wouldn't
factually
be
that
here.
might be true, and I'm not gonna say that's true either. I mean, half the world was not built on sexual assault. Let's not say that. However, what I will say is that if you're gonna make a decision, your decisions need to be weighted toward life. Because once you start disregarding it and diminishing it, that becomes a slope that you don't recover from, which is where we're at now. But I do have to disagree with that, brother. That's factually not accurate, and even in a fictional scenario where that were truthful, that's certainly not the way to proceed. That's not the way to go. Throwing chicks over your shoulder might have been big for the barbarians and the Vikings. However, part of civilization is understanding, getting better at doing things, not getting worse at it. There. Let me go ahead and get Ali O'Dare. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, Jason. Thanks for having me on. Um, I really appreciate this conversation, and I just wanted to, and I really appreciated the conversation with Barb and how dangerous it is that we have these professionals or supposedly higher ups that are supposed to. Your profession is to look out for the best interest of humanity, but you're saying that humanity has a right to destroy itself and not.
To destroy here's the thing, not just to destroy itself, to destroy the weakest and most helpless. Now, that's a whole different
Mm,
dimension of heinous. The weakest and most helpless. How can you take a look at the little reproduction of yourself and be like, I can throw this out with a crushed bottle of soda?
right. I've had this exact same conversation with a group of women, and I've asked the same question of how do you value life and where does it even begin? Because they tried to give the same example as well of, oh, well, there was an 11-year-old girl who was raped and, she had to be driven miles and miles in order to get an abortion. And so I asked, okay, so if she's 11, why didn't you just kill the 11-year-old? And they said, oh, well, that's heinous. Why would you ever do that? Okay, well, you're talking about two children here. Why is one child valued over the other? And you hit it on the head. Is it because you can see that child? So now we have literally, well, in some cases, not even literally, but reality has to slap you in the face for you to see and even see what a human being is. It
You
just
know, there
doesn't
was a
make
lot of
sense.
silliness that was adopted by the older generations. There's been a lot of silliness, a lot of irrationality, a lot of complete refutation of rational, logical thought. And this generation needs to ask itself whether or not it wishes to continue being signatories to the irrational, the silly, and the insane. That's what we have to ask ourselves. Thank you very much for checking in here. Let me get Mark Carter. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Let me try one more time here. Mark Carter, go ahead and unmute yourself. Has Mark been abducted? Is he on that slow internet? Okay, we'll come back to him later. Miss Djibouti, what a name.
Can
Go ahead
y'all
and
hear
unmute
me?
yourself.
Can y'all hear me?
Well, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so thanks for having me, Jason. It's so nice to meet you. So I've been listening to a lot. I want to shout out to every woman in the space. Because I feel like our gender has been under attack, even by our own gender. Jason is a man, he's privileged, he can run his mouth all day because he's a man. But the woman, I'm so disappointed. No compassion, no sense of empathy. I'm so
Well, ma'am,
disappointed.
ma'am,
My
what
heart
exactly
breaks.
now, ma'am, as a black male, I'm a black
Mm-hmm.
male, so explain to me the
Mm-hmm.
privileges that I have.
The
I'd
the
like to know.
privilege that you have is your penis. You know the penis with the two
Okay,
testicles that you have.
how so far it's been a list of liabilities and taking care of women's lack of accountability. So what are the privileges that that's given me? It's just
It
giving
it
me a
it
bunch
it
of
it
work.
it inserts our vagina, right? And
That's a
and then
privilege
and
for
and and
That's a
then and
privilege
then
for who? Wait a minute, is that a
and
privilege for me or for you? Who's
it's
that a
for
privilege
you
for?
because it inserts us sometimes without our permission, right? Without our
Okay.
consent.
Well, we're not gonna.
And then you
That's not
just
a
squirt.
privilege.
Hold on, Jason.
That's
And then
not a privilege.
you squirt everything out, and then we got to clean up the mess. And now you
Okay.
have a problem with the way we clean up our mess, right? That you caused, right? When you decided to put your penis inside us without consent,
Ma'am,
and now you have a problem with the way
ma'am,
we're
nobody,
cleaning up your mess.
no, ma'am, the majority of sexual
Yeah.
contact is consensual and actually
I'm not
invited by
talking about
females.
consensual, Jason. I'm giving you a
Okay, we're
specific
only
example.
discussing consent.
Can we not move the
Ma'am,
goalposts? Jason, let's
listen to
not move
me,
the goalposts.
ma'am.
No, you
Do
listen to me,
not,
honey.
okay.
You've been talking a lot. Listen to me. I have the mic.
Ma'am, you're very triggered. You don't have the
No, I'm
mic.
not triggered. I'm
Okay,
speaking to
ma'am,
give.
you're very triggered.
No,
Calm
you're very
down.
triggered. You're very triggered.
You're off, ma'am. I'm muting you. You're off your
For a black man, you're
meds.
very triggered. What's going
Okay,
on?
ma'am, calm down or I'm going to have to remove you.
Don't embarrass us. The white people are
Okay,
listening to us
ma'am,
right now.
I don't think you're black, but in any case, ma'am,
Very
calm
black.
down. Stop unmuting yourself, ma'am.
My
You're
voice
not
is
going to get
very
to speak
calm.
just yet, ma'am. You're not here to speak yet.
Oh, you like
That's why I have a
BDSM. You like
co-host to make sure you
BDSM.
stay, ma'am, just calm
Make
down.
me the co-host. Make me the co-host.
By the way, she's one of these people who her profile
Just
picture, her avatar is
just
actually indicative of her
just Eve
personality.
is
So let's go
just
ahead
Eve.
and, ma'am, okay, folks, I know some of you are triggered. You're off your rocker. You're off your meds. You're off vacation, and I get it. But you gotta be sane. You can't do that. You can't do that. Calm down. Just like you saw with Barb, I'm going to allow you to speak. I'm going to allow you to speak. So, but you just because you're off your meds doesn't mean you get to come here and spread the joy. Let me get Pixel Princess. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Jason. I'm not going to be long. I want to answer
You
the
can be long.
prompt. No, it's okay. My husband's coming home pretty soon, and I've been listening to this for a while. So I do think that Black people should not support this. I think that this is just kind of I want to word this in a way that makes sense to you all. Uh, but I think this is opening a door for other things to be overturned that have had our society go in the right direction. I am not in agreement with having people that are good enough or competent enough to have sex to require them to be parents. I know a lot of people have sex for recreation, and I don't think that would be viable. I don't understand how that would be positive for our community if we know, about the women you were speaking about that even in the 50s and 60s were being loose, doing whatever they wanted to do. I don't see how that applies to them being actual good mothers and even fathers in a sense.
Okay, so you don't agree with us killing our babies then?
I don't agree with people having sex and getting pregnant, having to carry out that pregnancy, and
Okay,
we
that's
know, like
very
they
good.
know that
That's
they
very
can't
good
be
to see.
parents.
That's very good to hear. You did not actually answer my question. So,
Which is
ma'am,
what?
ma'am, do you believe that we should not kill our babies?
No.
Okay, no, what exactly?
No, I don't believe that if the baby being here is going to go against the person that made the baby, which is, I'm good enough to have sex, or, I wanted to have sex, but I didn't want to have a child come out of that. I would not want to put babies in the care of people that intentionally don't want them. Like forcing
Okay.
pregnancy is asinine.
Ma'am, let me find out a couple of things here. Just out of curiosity, have you ever thought about being a mother?
I am a mother.
Oh,
The
good.
kid that you guys were using as an example, I had my son at 16 by way of stealthing. So I think it's funny to hear, because I chose not to have an abortion, that what do you guys call them? That we're just sticking through it and just it is what it is in this life.
Mm,
But there's
I,
a lot
I,
of
I don't use that kind of language. I don't know who you're talking about, but I will say one thing, ladies. If you really want to make your positions a little more agreeable to folks and have them accepting, don't come in just super hostile and angry. And I know it's kind of hard
I've
not
been
to
here
do
for
that.
about an hour. I don't
Okay,
think I'm being
ma'am,
hostile.
I've been here for 3 hours, so
That's a sin.
in any case, my point is being hostile and angry just kind of tips your hand that this is who you have to be an abortionist. You have to be very surly, very hostile, very angry. And the real thing is they're talking to people who are not angry with them, but they're just sitting on a mountain of angry. So you're right. Somebody who's just a ball of angry should not be procreating. They shouldn't be
Right.
because they're a danger to themselves. They're a danger to babies. They're a
Right.
danger to milk cartons. They're a danger to ice cream cones, but they're also a
Right.
danger to other people. So right now, that's what I'm saying. So I understand you're very angry. Just calm down. You're talking to civilized people here. You don't
I
have to be
agree
so
with your
hostile.
point,
Okay,
though, that
now
it
you're
shouldn't
interrupting.
be
Now you're
used
interrupting.
as
That's
recreation.
another sign that you don't shouldn't interrupt like that. You shouldn't do that either.
Oh,
Now,
I heard you interrupt
ma'am,
Barb a few times.
ma'am, I'm the host.
You can
It is
call
my
me
job to
Gyra. I'm
moderate.
younger than you.
Ma'am, you're none of the
I
ma'am,
call
you're
my
none of the
elders ma'am.
ma'am, you're none of the above. I don't want to know you like that. So thanks for trying to introduce yourself. I actually don't want to know you like that. So just talking to you is abrasive enough. I don't want to get to know you. I can talk to you, but I don't want to get to know you. You don't seem like a person I would want to know. You have a lot of growing up to do. And so far, what I've
This
seen on
doesn't
your
sound
page,
relevant to the
there
topic at
sounds like
hand.
I've taken a look at your page and there's a lot of sexual deviance going on over there. So I would appreciate it if you stop using your
Sexual liberty,
sexuality
that's a
for the
sin.
rest of your life. Do us all a favor. I will pay you. I will cash app you $1,000 right now if you never have another child so long as you live.
No, that's okay.
Okay. Well, if you're not going to do us that favor,
Then
then
don't be in the space.
God help us. No, we'll say that. If you're not going to do us that favor, God help us. But all right. I went to her page. There's a lot going on. None of it is anything other than disgusting and gutter. So there's a lot going on over there. All of it's bad. But what she can do, she says she's younger than me. What she can do is sit and listen. Black Lion, go ahead and unmute yourself.
B1 TBA, thank you, Just E, for hosting this space. Um, According to the title, no, I do not support this Roe v. Wade. I never did. I'm a product of 6 children. My mother had all her kids before, she was 20 years old. So abortion was never a conversation or never an option for her. She told us as we was growing up, because of course we had questions. But the way she laid it out for us was she made those decisions and those choices, so she had to live with them, and that was raising all six of her kids. I'm a mother as well. I have a healthy 12-year-old boy, young man, as I would say. But I also had an experience where I had to had a DNC um, because my my baby, I'm still attached to that child, even though um, it left me so early. So to sit up here and hear all of these women talk over these past 3 hours and project these babies as if they're objects or disposable, it's kind of sinister. And you say that we need to, as women, get together and, trying to figure each other out and have these conversations. But how do you have conversations with these women who are just so sick and delusional in their head? They have tricked themselves to believe that what they're saying or what they're doing is justifiable under this bogus law. Because if they knew anything about this abortion law or whatever, they would know it was founded on BS and things like that. So I'm 100% pro-life for our black babies. I just made a status a couple of hours ago that said if I had the opportunity, to keep having them, I would. It's just that I know myself that I am not in a situation um, financially where I could, keep having the babies. Me and my significant other has been together for 12 years now. Like I said, we have those two children, one living, one deceased. Um, but we just look at it as if, we are trying to prepare ourselves. We're not out here making negligent decisions and then, oh, I'm going to abort the baby because I don't want to deal with the consequences. Ms. Barb sounds like she's a woman who aborted a baby because she wanted to chase after her gynecologist career. And then once she got her money up, like she said, and things of that nature, she went ahead and then decided to have children. I listen to you all the time, TBA. My significant other is the one who put me on game to you. And ever since I've been listening to you, the knowledges and wisdom that you dispense out here in this universe is making so much sense. I've only been on this planet for 31 years, and I always have questions on why is it like this? Why do we have to live like this? Why do we have to suffer like this? And you have put so much into context for me where I am so grateful because it lets me know that no, I'm not in it alone. I do have people fighting for me, fighting with me, fighting beside me, and that, there is an outcome. As far as, they're aborting babies and things like that, that's always been, white people think they just put it up on us to make us the face of it. And that's what a lot of these black women need to realize. We are the face of almost everything damaging in this country. And they make it seem like, oh, we are the root problem to it when we're not. And I will land my plane on that. Thank you again, TBA. Thank you again, Justice, to holding this space. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you very much for checking in with us here. We appreciate that. Certainly, I will tell you right here. When you get the ones who've been calling in and they've been pro-abortion, have you noticed they're not very friendly? They're not very feminine. They're very vicious, angry. There isn't anything about them that you would want carrying a bloodline. They're just a very angry little group. And when you consider that, that's a decision that the person needs to keep in mind. Let me get Ashley. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Well, I'm actually listening to. My name is actually Cameron. I'm actually listening to my
Okay.
girlfriend's podcast.
Well, he stole her account. All right, go ahead, Cameron.
I mean, actually, you caught my attention. So I mean, if I can speak freely, buddy who said that women who then got raped deserve it and should just go on, he's an ass.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, that's some of the guys out here, fellas. A lot of women fighting through their mommy, daddy issues. Some of you dudes fighting through your mommy issues. We're not gonna carry that one. So we're no way. Go ahead.
Okay, glad to know that you did not agree with him on that because you had
I
lost me
said it
for a
while he was.
second.
Well, by the way, I said it while he was on the phone. But yeah, I'm like, I'm not gonna sit up here and just tell him, okay, let me just hang you up. And it's like, yeah, dude, let me discreetly do the Sandman Sims thing and discreetly put the cane out here and yank you off the stage. Yes.
But let me make sure that I come in halfway on this. So let me make sure I've heard this correctly. You said that you're wondering what people's thoughts are on consensual. You're
Well,
only
yeah,
talking about
the only
consensual.
type of sexual contact we're talking about is consensual. Anything
Okay.
that is a crime, of course, naturally should be treated as a crime. Although that does beg the question why it is that even for the 1 or 2% that are the result of some type of sexual assault, they usually do the parents, even when they know, they're not pushing for anybody to be arrested. Kind of makes you wonder what it was that really caused that. But
That's true.
for the
But
sake of
I
this
want to make
discussion,
sure that
I want to
we weren't
confine
talking
it to
about that
only.
though. Yeah.
Okay, but for the sake of this discussion, I want to confine it only to consensual, since anything else would take us in a completely different direction.
Well, I guess for the sake of conversation, then I would say I still don't agree with it, especially for Black people. Me coming from a big family, you would think maybe I would be like, hey, yeah, nobody needs to have abortion. But me honestly coming from a big family and seeing the things that happen and things that go on from people who aren't prepared to have kids, and for people who, let's say every time that somebody says yes doesn't actually mean yes. You can be stupid drunk and say yes. I understand that's your fault and I understand you shouldn't get rid of the kid at the time frame, but there are people and there are men who take advantage of that. And
Okay,
so I
well,
think in order to
there
say,
are women who take advantage of that
I
either. But
agree. I
sir,
definitely agree with you. I definitely
slow
agree with you.
down,
I
Cameron.
definitely agree
Slow
with
down.
you.
Brake
I
pedal,
definitely agree
Cameron.
with you.
Brake pedal, Cameron. How old are you, sir?
I'm 32.
Okay,
How old are you?
men.
Because I don't know you.
I'm I'm almost 50. God
Awesome.
Almighty.
Okay.
In any case, Cameron, pay attention, young man. When I hear males giving out feminist talking points, it's not good.
Oh, I'm
It's
not
very
giving out
dangerous.
feminist talking points. I'm
Okay,
giving out my
Cameron,
talking point. So,
Cameron,
I mean, I'm just saying, hey,
Cameron, you're
I'm
getting
just saying,
triggered.
you trust a lot of people.
Cameron,
I'm
you're
not
getting
triggered.
triggered.
I'm not triggered,
Cameron,
sir. I'm not
calm
triggered, sir.
down.
I'm saying,
Cameron, if I
sir.
have to tell you to calm
I'm
down and
saying,
stop talking
sir.
over the host, if I have to tell you to stop talking when the host is talking, you're triggered, man. You're
I just
triggered.
actually just showed them that you're
Okay,
triggered. So
Cameron,
you can go ahead and hang up.
slow down, Cameron. You're triggered. Calm yourself the heck down. Take your Ritalin or whatever. Calm yourself down, young man. The estrogen energy is off the scales right now, which, by the way, I guess it's good that you have a female as your avatar on here because it fits. The estrogen energy is too much, man. Calm yourself down. This is the problem. No wonder he's sitting up here supporting this. That he identifies as the feminine and not the good feminine either. That's problematic. Your finances should not be a sole determinant, and in my opinion, really shouldn't be even a major determinant of whether or not you have children necessarily, because as I pointed out earlier in the program, Black people's socioeconomic condition is engineered, it is not natural. So if we make the argument that your finances should control that, we're going to find ourselves in a not so great place as the consequence of that. Now, if you're also going to make the argument that, well, in large families, sometimes you might have somebody who doesn't keep their hands to themselves, or unfortunate things can happen. You know what? You're right. That can happen in large, poor families. That can also happen in small, affluent families as well. So there's not going to be a whole lot, there's no circumstance in which you can eliminate that level of risk. So
You
you
know, that's
can't
funny that
use,
you're that scary
okay,
that
sir,
you actually can't.
okay, sir, let me go ahead and remove you. I'm not People want to hear a discussion. They do not want to hear you, you know, snapping your thong and putting baby oil on your legs. They don't want to hear that. So since he will not calm himself, I will help him to calm. He's majorly triggered. By the way, you caught that? He's emasculated, but he identifies with those who emasculate him. He said he came from a big family. What he really means is big mama, who is just the old chicks of the older generation who got run through, and now he identifies with them, as opposed to taking on his masculine energy. Masculine is supposed to demand order. Notice I didn't say request it, demand it. We are supposed to demand order, organization, structure, discipline. As a masculine being, we are supposed to be anathema to disorganization, lack of discipline. And yet he is as disorganized as he can possibly be. So he can rage talk all he wants to. But by the way, brother, you didn't come off the least bit masculine there at all. The estrogen energy was off the charts. And that's an indication. Like I say, hey, I'm not doing this to the pro abortion people. Play their phone calls back. They did this to themselves. All I did was tell you what they were. You play them and you see they're completely out of control, completely triggered, completely unhinged. They can't even get themselves through a conversation. Should someone like that be weighing in on what we should do with our futures? Think that for a few moments now. And by the way, none of them had a counter argument. None of them had a counter argument. Nobody has been able to debunk life or anything else like that. Did you notice that? It's not accidental. Let me get S. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Jason. I just wanted to thank you for everything that you're doing. I really appreciate it. You're opening up a lot of people's eyes. Um, I don't agree with any of those women that came in and basically was saying that it's okay to kill your own child. I'm pro-life, for life. And at the end of the day, as just Black people, we don't even believe in that. That's not part of us. A white person created that to take us out. So yeah, no, it's really not normal, and it's very disturbing hearing a lot of these Black women coming up here and saying they're okay with killing their own child or any child being killed. It's very dangerous. It's scary to see that there's so many women that don't even want to protect their own children.
Well,
It's
what does
not
that tell
okay.
you? What does that tell you right there?
Yeah,
Women,
it's not okay.
women who grew up unprotected don't give a damn about the next generation. It's like, okay, I got messed over. And by the way, Cameron, the oh so zesty who just got off the phone there, cute Cameron, he they come what was he saying? I come from an environment where I didn't feel like people looked out for me. I wasn't protected.
Hmm.
So if I wasn't protected, damn these kids, they don't have to be protected too. So you notice what happens? The victim now becomes victimizer.
Yeah.
And by the way, take a look at their attitudes. None of them were soft, understanding, nurturing. All of them were very sharp, very hostile, very mean,
Hmm.
very vicious. All of them are like, hey, I'm here to show me somebody I can victimize.
Yeah.
Somebody got over on me. Somebody did me wrong. I can't do nothing to them. Bring me some fresh meat that I can victimize now. And that's the mentality of practically every pro abortion person who's gotten on this line. Their attitude, their demeanor, their tone, everything is just said, I was victimized. Damn the world. I'm here to victimize and hurt somebody. And since I'm too weak to do it to other adults, bring me a child, bring me a baby that I can victimize. That is the lowest of the low. There's low, and then there's bring me a baby to victimize.
Yeah, it's absolutely just it's crazy, and really to just sum it all up, it's just about irresponsibility. Like a lot of these women that go and get these abortions, they weren't raped. That's not even 1% of abortions. It's just, I mean, you don't see me walking around here and going into Planned Parenthood and having an abortion. I don't need to worry about that type of stuff because I'm not out here I'm not being sexually fluid and letting any guy that I meet knock me up. There is plan Bs. There is contraceptives. Like I just don't get it. As women,
You do
at the
get
end
it.
of the day, we're supposed to protect our children.
Let me
Life
find
is
out here.
life.
Let me find out here. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay, you're 25 and you already get it. And I think it says you're Somalian.
Yes.
Okay,
And
so
Mrs. Djibouti that called in, she's a mess. She does not
clearly,
represent us. That's not what we're about. We don't even believe in abortion. We respect life. So the fact that she came up here and she was just babbling on about nothing, she didn't even make sense.
well, her
I think she just
avatar.
wanted to argue with you.
Yeah, her avatar clearly shows that she's been drinking the bleach again. So somebody get the Pine Sol and lock the cleaning products in the cabinet. She's been huffing them. But definitely,
Yeah.
it's very very important for young women to understand this. for you all to get that, especially for those of you who might not necessarily be foundational or whatever, and I think your families might in some way let you know, but in case nobody tells you about this, it's a world war against this kind of thing. If you can disease the women, if you can infect the women, that's how you fight the warrior class if you're not strong enough to beat the warrior class.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to beat black men, you ain't going to beat us head up. That's not going to happen. Taking us head up ain't going to occur. So you're never going to stop us head up. So what do you
Mm-hmm.
have to do? The Garden of Eden strategy. Let's see if we can corrupt the women. And so the men will be automatically destabilized because a warrior has to pass on his legacy. But if we can corrupt the women, then we've neutralized the warrior and the woman and the legacy all at the same time. So it's very, very important that women not become signatories and become collaborators in that behavior. Because I think what you were saying before, the most disturbing thing for people like me is the loss of humanity. I'm hearing women who do not even talk, they don't talk like mothers, they don't talk like wives, they're not even talking like people. And that's frightening to
Yeah,
hear and see
definitely.
in large numbers.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sorry. I like at first when I first started talking, I'm just kind of, it's very emotional topic. I mean, this is very serious. This is about children. It's just, I don't get it. I think a lot of women are just, they go with whatever the crowd is going. They don't ever do their own research. They don't ever sit back and think, why are these people trying to get me to kill my baby? Why? It's just, they don't even have basic, like, I don't know. It's just, it's really just shocking. A lot of those calls, they told on themselves. Those
Well, that's
women,
the
they do
whole
not
point.
represent women, because
I
that's
wanted
not
to
what
have this
womanhood is.
discussion. I want to have this discussion tonight so you all can hear a forum hosted by somebody who's dispassionate about it, just asking factual questions. And when they did ask me questions, I didn't evade anything. I didn't try to evade it. I took every single question head on. I responded with facts. I responded with empirical evidence. I responded with scenarios that are in the real world. I didn't respond with fantasy. I didn't respond to what if it should be, maybe it could be. So what I'm saying is, unfortunately, this seems to be a battle between the rational and balanced and the irrational and imbalanced. And if that's the case, if we've entered a World War II scenario where half the world is crazy and the other half is not, it's going to be a rough ride. Let me tell you, it's going to be a rough ride. Hopefully, those of your generation, of your age group, you all have more rational discussions and you don't let the little crazy, disaffected, whacked out chicks keep you silent. The
Mm-hmm.
single biggest reason why this is as big of a problem as it is today is because the younger females, the sensible ones, I would just say more aligned with yourself, they've been quiet. They've been silent. They say, well, these other chicks over here are crazy and upset. Let me be quiet. And that's the problem. Women used to check each other.
Mm-hmm.
On my program on YouTube last night, there was a woman who called up and I spoke to her for like an hour. And boy, that's an hour of my life and brain cells I'll never recover. But in any case, she was talking about how women have always been oppressed and this, that, and the other, and all this old garbage. And then I brought up Madam C.J. Walker. Well, you know what the real thing is? And I did a documentary about Madam C.J. Walker. This is a woman here who left from Delta, Louisiana. And when she ended up in Missouri as a young girl, really, to be totally honest, young girl, she was taken in by other black women, plural. They were like, hey, this little plucky duck thing you got going on here, your hair ain't hitting, your dress ain't up to code. We know you from the country and things. We got to get you up to code, girl. We got to get you up to code. So what I'm saying is women used to hold each other to a standard. They used to hold each other to a standard. Women didn't used to associate with the neighborhood hussy because they wanted the respectable men who could take care of them for the rest of their lives to know, hey, that ain't me. Because a man is naturally going to make the assumption, well, if that's your friend, that's you. Birds of a feather flock together. Women
Mm-hmm.
used to hold themselves to a standard. And as a result, they were taken care of. Now we have exactly the opposite. Along with abandoning everything else, when they talk about they're the most unprotected, yeah, that's what happens when you abandon standards. I would like to see all of that return. I'd like to see a return, but let me tell you, it's really going to depend more on young women like yourself, less on men like me, less on people of my age group, and much more on young women like yourself to have the courage to say, I will not be silent in the face of barbarism, in the face of animalistic behavior, I will not be silent. And maybe I'm not as articulate as Jason, you can become. Maybe I'm not as informed as Jason. Ma'am, Google is there for everybody. Maybe I don't have those things off the bat, but I can get them. The most important thing that this next generation of females can do is become vocal, because you see what's happening among your irrational peers. And let me tell you where this leads. For you as a 25-year-old, let me tell you where this leads. This leads to a situation where you are completely helpless on your own. This leads to a situation where, as women, you have a society that no longer sees you as women. You don't want that to occur. You want to keep your womanly feminine status. You want to retain that. You don't want a world that sees you as an androgynous being and that treats you and expects you to be a man. You don't want that to be the case. Because the females who are not eligible, Lizzo and them chicks, that raggedy bunch of potato sack built chicks in Dallas, and then that video everybody's been looking at, twerking for abortion, those females, they're done. They're never going to get any type of protection or provision. You need to make sure you have that. Because take a look at what the lack of it has done to them. It's destroyed their psyche. It's turned them into a minstrel clown show. As a woman, you are more sensitive than men. You're more sensitive on every level, but you're more sensitive. And if you are robbed of that ability, or worse, if you voluntarily give it up, you are giving up your womanhood. You're giving up your womanhood. Young girls, they can be tomboys. They haven't entered into their femininity. As they get older and become feminine beings, all that playing in the mud and wearing overalls, that's supposed to go by the wayside. You're not the little impressionable being that you were. Other things have kicked in now. And in the process of that, you take on a different set of principles and a higher set of principles. And with them arguing that you all should be robbed of this, just understand, in a world where you need a partner, you need a partner. You need a partner for everything, including the rent, for your retirement, your physical safety, your children. You need a partner. And all this is doing is telling the men they don't have to do any of that. Leave the women on their own. So guess what you've really done? You've turned the women into a subjugated class of people, and they didn't even recognize it. They didn't even recognize it. In case you all didn't know, the number men on earth now outnumber women. And now in the United States, the numbers are skewing towards that as well. Skewing towards that as well. Now imagine a male majority that is less motivated than it's ever been. Less concerned about responsibility than it's ever been. What if the male majority takes after the women and says, well, you know what? Screw it. We're done with that. What happens then? Let me tell you, it becomes a very uncomfortable place for the females, because there are consequences of these decisions that they have not considered. Other women are not going to be your protectors and providers. Think about your last birthday, Valentine's Day. Think about the gifts you got from the women, and then think about the gifts you got from the men. Men value women much more than other women do. And if you reduce it to a situation, if you're depending on the sisterhood to see about your future, you already know, oh, I'm a sitting duck. Women are not going to protect me the way men will. They're not going to provide for me. They won't see to my well-being. They're not going to make the world an easier life for me. Other women will not do this for you. Never. They'll be offended if you try to make them. So I would suggest that the women stop doing this. Otherwise, this situation gets a whole lot worse. Lizzo is okay with that. Tarana Burke is okay with that. Ain't nobody ever did nothing for them, and nobody ever will. I don't think the rest of you want to sign up for that. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, definitely. Everything that you're saying is correct. I really support everything that you do. I follow you. I'm subscribed to you also on your YouTube channels. I really just respect you. We need more Black men like you and just good people like you in general. Thank you for just saying all the things that you teach us and tell us. And we would never hear any of this from even our own parents. So I just really appreciate it. And yeah, I wish you the best. I'll always support you. And thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you very much here as well. I appreciate that. You notice I didn't even roast her about the smoke alarm. No, I would be dishonest if I didn't mention it, but I didn't even roast her about that. All right, let me get Cinn, Cinn. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello. Um, yeah, so this is a very controversial, very emotional issue, especially for me right now. I am 8 months pregnant, so the timing for me has been a little difficult, just like seeing all the comments from pro-abortion people. But I was really pleasantly surprised when I came on here because I was expecting, I mean, most Black people in my life are pro-choice, so I was really expecting that to be the case here. And I'm pleasantly surprised that not only are you pro-life, you like take the time to dismantle all the ridiculous talking points and arguments that are brought up on the pro-choice side. So yeah, I just wanted to express my gratitude for you coming on here and doing this. Because it's really hard to hear the other side sometimes, and that's the louder voice in our uh, at least on social media and like public spaces, the louder voice is the pro-choice, since they're supported by like media and stuff like that. So it was just nice to hear.
Well, I'm glad to have you with us here tonight, and please do give us a call again. Let me get extra credit. What is that? Extra credit. Yeah, extra credit. Ben, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey there. Yeah, I just had a quick question for you. I just kind of stumbled upon you and I really enjoyed listening to you. But here's my question. So I've seen a push after Roe v. Wade, like by Christians, because I'm a Christian, but by Christians and also plenty of other people that say if we don't implement, now that Roe v. Wade is gone, we need to implement more social programs. Otherwise, the nation is doomed.
Nonsense.
Yeah. And then the second thing is that my background
First of
is
all,
in
we
criminal.
already have a wealth of social programs, so they can have all these seats. But go ahead.
Yeah. So I agree. Um, the my background is in criminal justice, so I've done a lot of study in prisons and Planned Parenthood, all that stuff, and it's crazy that things like Planned Parenthood with Margaret Sanger, who is a vehement racist. Who was basically for the extermination of Black people, and yet Planned Parenthood is praised. But on top of that, when it comes to this is not something that just happened overnight. It's it's very political, and politics is always downstream of culture. So my question is, because these ideas aren't just segregated, they don't stay within one community. We have it's over 80%. Last time I checked, there's an 80% single parenthood rate among the Black community, and there is a nearly 70% for white single parents, single mothers now. So
I mean, it's 80% of Black children. I want to say the number is closer to 50% of white,
okay,
unless some new numbers come out. But
okay.
needless to say, yeah, the genie is out of the bottle.
Yeah, so it's definitely something that's coming for for everybody. But the thing is, how do we change this culture? Because I think now is the best
What we're doing
opportunity.
right now. What we are doing right now. Understand something. The real problem has been if you take your cues from cable news media and you just assume that the New York Times speaks for the American people, then you're going to have a messed up view of the world. If you assume that MSNBC or CNN or Fox are accurate and telling the truth, you're going to have a messed up view of the world. Because these are outlets that have made it their job and their mission to lie. They're no longer here to inform you, they're here to program you. Literally, their mission is programming. Remember, it was MSNBC and CNN who said that everybody in California loves gay marriage. California is the gay marriage state. When it was actually put to a vote, it was voted down handily. Didn't scrape by. It was voted down handily. What does that tell you? That you have a lot of operatives in the media who understood that those were advantageous places for them to be because they thought they could control the national consciousness. Where things have run aground is now the national consciousness is talking to itself, is conversing with itself. And it's saying, by the way, when you have individuals like me who just call it out straight, no chaser, you find out that he doesn't get shouted down by a bunch of people. It's like you just assumed if you were listening to Rachel Maddow or CNN, you would just assume that, well, nobody feels the way he does. And then you realize, I'll be damned, the majority actually do. So what are these folks on cable TV doing? Well, those are friends of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. We talk about these people. The folks at CNN, the folks, those are friends of them. So what I'm saying is when you realize they're playing a totally different game. So the first thing you have to understand is that when people begin to converse with each other, when it's in the national dialogue, when people are no longer hiding in their homes and refusing to speak to one another, remember, disinformation and information travel the same. They require the same catalyst: discussion. Misinformation has had its day now for 40 years. Information and rationality have been given a little breathing room, But if you don't capitalize and take advantage of this opportunity, that window will close as well. But what do you do about it? As amazing as this sounds, I know it sounds that way, but right here, remember, what caused all this deviant behavior to be accepted was that the deviant activists went into academia. They went into academia, they infested the schools, the universities in particular, because at the local level, that's harder to infect. Parents tend to be involved at the local level. But at the college and university level, you're protected. You got tenure. You can sit there, and they found that to be a fertile ground to get your children. They couldn't get them during their early formative years, so we'll get them during their socially adult formative years. We'll get them there instead. We couldn't get them on the front end, we'll get them on the back end. We'll make it, if the professor is pro-abortion, that could affect your grade. All of a sudden, at the most impressionable time in your life, you find yourself going along to get along. And then eventually you start telling yourself that that's you, as opposed to, no, this is something you were coerced into. So they understood that having those discussions in college classrooms, just discussions, nobody was taking a vote. Those were just discussions in the college classroom. And take a look at where we are. So as incredible as it seems, what we're doing right now, I know it seems minor. I know it is. Trust me, brother, there's a reason why they freaked out when Elon Musk, and by the way, I'm no friend of Elon Musk, but when he talked about possibly taking Twitter and stopping them from censoring people, take a look at how they responded. I submit to you, they were more upset over that than they were overturning Roe v. Wade. Why? Because they would no longer be able to control the discussion. So do not think this is marginal. This is not marginal. This is major. Us having this discussion right now is groundbreaking. It's earth-shattering. Don't sell it short. I know it doesn't seem very consequential. Brother, it's far more consequential than you think.
Yeah, well, thank you. Also, just last thing, if you haven't considered audiobooks, you should. But last thing, I know this shouldn't really matter. That's why I just kind of want to pop in and ask a question. But I am white as toast, but to me, a baby is still a baby. It doesn't matter the color of the skin. It matters that these babies are being saved.
Well, certainly I want that to be part of a culture of life. That certainly needs to be important. It goes without saying that certainly we need to have a system that doesn't just value babies, but also values young children like Tamir Rice, Ayanna Jones, Trayvon Martin. We can go down the list. So certainly I'd like to see that become universal as opposed to just isolated. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get God, Guns, and Trump. Oh boy. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, first of all, I just wanted to kind of laugh. My name's actually Daniel, but you took a lot of my talking points. In fact, the last couple of callers. The young lady that was 25 years old, she is very informed. She was acting like she was trying to confuse, but no, you're right. She was very informed. I wanted to say Margaret Sanger, but your last caller brought her up. If you would take time, you're right, to turn off the cable news. If we really wanted to get into discussion and learn, the information is out there. The truth is out there, not to sound like the old X-Files. But you can start to see, why this narrative is there. If you look at the abortion rates, among black women is 4 times of what white women are. And that alone, you would think this would be a celebration, to your last caller's point, of just celebrating life, especially when the scales are tipped in a way that's just terrible. And instead of the rage being that, that we're losing this many lives, the rage is we need to make it easier to continue the trend.
Well,
That's what
that's
disgusting.
because there's an old saying: when white people catch a cold, black people catch pneumonia. So when you have a system and a society that teaches very overtly a devaluing of black life, then yeah, you're going to have a population that will adopt it. So they wind up identifying with those ideas, identifying with those philosophies. So that's what you're seeing there. They've been the whole society as a whole has made it very clear. Hey, the only place that's safe is to hate yourself if you're black. Hey, don't you want to get rid of the kids? And it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point.
Right. And look, I know you had a lot of patience. I was listening to the other callers that were very angry. You're right. But I also understand where they're coming from. What did you say on when you were talking to the last caller? Look at what they're bombarded with. The universities, the education system, the music they turn on, the news they turn. Everywhere they go around is one message, no matter what they listen to or what kids do now of any color. It's a universal message. And to your point, the reason Twitter and everybody does not want discussion, they always say that. We need to have a discussion. That's the farthest thing they want. Because if
Well,
we all have a discussion,
they don't mind a discussion. They just want a discussion that they lead. Case in point, I don't know how old you are, but like I say, I'm pushing 50 now. And the thing here is that when I was a kid, we sat around the table and talked to each other. I talked to my parents, they talked to us. They didn't talk to us like children, they talked to us like little adults. But we talked that was where debriefing and communication about these things occurred. But the conversation wasn't hosted by Rachel Maddow and MSNBC. It wasn't hosted by Tucker Carlson and Fox. That wasn't where the discussion was hosted. Today, if you park your kids in front of a smart device, which ironically enough, Steve Jobs didn't even want his children having an iPad. But if you park your kids in front of that, guess who winds up leading the discussion of these events with your kids? The professors, TV personalities, entertainers, everybody except the people who raise them. So having a return to the discussion being hosted by we ourselves, as opposed to corporations, media personalities, and activists with an agenda, that's a game changer.
right. No, I agree with you 100%. Again, I just want to, like I said, this is the first time I've heard you. I just want to thank you. I agree with your last few callers that, we need more voices like you out there. But you will be attacked. I've only listened to you for a little bit, but gear up, because if you keep going the way you're going right now, I don't have to tell you, you will be attacked and probably shadow banned. But
comes with the territory. Thank you very much for checking with us here. Let me get what was I looking at here? Superpower. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, Jason.
No, I was on your mind.
Yeah, man, this is crazy talk, man. I mean, the women that has called in here tonight and expressed what they have expressed, man, it's so insane. And any black woman that supports Roe v. Wade, you literally are supporting white supremacy, because that's where it comes from. And man, I got 3 sons, man. And let me tell you, when I had my first son, man, every son that I had, man, I felt like a god, because creating something that's come from you, man, it's nothing. You can't explain it, man. And it's a love that I have for my kids, that I would die for my kids. You couldn't harm my kids in front of me. And to hear these women sit up here and say that abortion is an option, that shouldn't even be an option on the table at any period in your life. No matter what, I would die for my kids. I would die for my sons. I have 2 grandbabies I would die for. And like you said, these women are insane, man. They literally have lost their minds.
Certainly at this point now, I've always said that in Black society, most black people have two people on their shoulders. There's one person. There's a little white supremacist on their shoulder that's constantly whispering anti-black sentiments in their ear. Now you can call it society, media, or whatever, but there's a little white supremacist on their shoulder, constantly whispering these little deceptions, these little destructive thoughts into their ear. And if you sit there and indulge yourself long enough, you will find yourself thinking black, but acting in a white supremacist way. Because understand, you've had females on here today with natural hairstyles and Afrocentric names and things like that, and yet their behaviors are completely in sync and run totally parallel to Margaret Sanger and the staunchest white supremacists. And there's supposed to be a bell that goes off in your head that says, wait a minute. Because even with the last guy who called up here and whatnot, you saw what happened there. It was like, okay, I read his screen name. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Uh-oh. Let me keep my eye open. Now, like I say, he was a polite fellow and whatnot, and I won't disparage him, but what I will say is I'm like, okay, now. I didn't sit up here and be like, oh, well, hey, brother, I'm like, okay, I see what's going on, but I got both of my eyes open. I've got both of my eyes open. So he and I might agree on abortion. I'm like, okay, how about reparations? Well, it's okay. Well, there you go. So I'm not sitting here deceiving myself about these things. But if you sit there and listen to them long enough, you start identifying with your oppressor. It's Stockholm syndrome. So you'll tell yourself you're black, but your behavior shows you actually identify with the staunchest anti-black people in the room. That's where we're at right now. That's a level of deception. How do you talk somebody out of that when they actually think that they're the black person in the room? They're walking lockstep with Margaret Sanger and the eugenicists, and they think they're the blackest person in the room as a result.
But the crazy thing, but the crazy thing about it, the women always say, "Well, I couldn't afford the baby." Okay, well, you didn't have the baby, but you still broke. You still busted and disgusted, and you still laying down with the same dusty men day after day. And I call them, these women are digmatized, because all you got to do is show up with some weed and some Hennessy, and the game is on. Get them pregnant again. They go down to the abortion clinic one more time, come back over with some more Hennessy and weed, got it again. So it's the excuses. It's insane what they try to put their self through all their life, and
Instead of
they'll have
addressing
20
the root
abortions
of
if
the
you let them.
problem, you're not addressing. Well, instead of addressing the root of the problem, you wind up trying to patch holes together with symptoms instead of addressing the root of the issue. So that's how you end up running in those circles like that. You're absolutely right. You're not dealing with the root cause of the problem. Now, that's on our side. Now, for the white supremacist side, they're like, oh, things are running exactly like they should. Because let me tell you something right now. They're not sitting up. They're sitting up here telling the Mexicans they can bring in all the little anchor babies they want.
Right.
They're telling the Cubans you can bring in all the anchor babies you want. It's only with black folks that they're saying, oh, wait a minute, no babies for you. Now, for everybody else, oh, bring in as many babies as you want. So what I'm saying is at some point when you're fighting that reality I just gave you, which is inarguable, if you're fighting against that and you're accepting it and you're not opposing it, we have to reach only one natural conclusion. You are in agreement with it. And by the way, that guy Cameron, the first caller who called in today, the Pixel Princess, what do they all say? Yeah, we don't need black babies. Yeah, we don't need any. We don't want black babies. Think of the level of hostility that they displayed at it. They have adopted the part and parcel in the mindset of the oppressor. They hate black children as much or more than the white supremacists do. That's where the battle lines are drawn today. We have to accept that we heard that tonight for what it was. They hate black children as much as the white supremacists do. We have to accept that reality so we can fight it. Because we've been talking about cooning for a while. Let's be very, very clear. This is coonery right here. When you're looking at black children and talking like that, yeah, that's cooning. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get Talent. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey man, Jason, man, what's going on? Peace and love to the room. Great topic. Wanted to just speak on something that came about based on some of the behavior that's been being displayed on this call, on this show. Uh, there's something very concerning with the degenerate class. of society when it comes to what's happening once you start to lose, grip of humanity and babies are just disposed. You start to look at what's happening in these schools with these drag queen shows, reading these books to these kids, dressing boys in women's clothing, these comic books in the middle schools with anal sex, pornographic material, these parades that they're throwing around with genital people in like costumes and all of these perversion aspects. And at the same time, these people are demanding abortions and demanding to have a right to make a choice. And then when you actually have a conversation with them about what were the choices that they could have made better before this choice, and why is this the choice that they're screaming the loudest for and demanding, it then turns into like this white woman, white tear fragility. I'm helpless. I didn't know. It's so many different circumstances, and it's like no accountability to real actions, but this proud attitude of demanding it. And us who have our heads screwed on tight are like literally looking at these people as they're out of their mind. And from a political or socio aspect, they're like writing themselves out of having a choice to even be able to choose conceiving a kid, once we align the dominant society around, pushing this out of the community, because there's so much of a dysfunction, or and a repressive like lack of humanity in them. We can't trust them to want to have kids, like you
Well,
said.
some folk are played
Yeah.
and they're actually okay being played. That's the thing we have to keep in mind. When we talk about slave play, cooning, and things like that, what you're saying is these are people who are being played and they want to be played. They're okay being played. They're all right. They're perfectly fine with it. So our job is just to accept that that's the actual reality of it. Thank you very much for checking in with us here. Let me get base. What is that? Base reality. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, how's it going?
What's on your mind?
This is a really interesting space, and I think it's a really interesting topic. This is kind of a similar way I found my way into politics and found an interest. I never really cared until people wanted to know my ethnicity, and I found that weird that they would question me or my ability to understand things based off what my ethnicity was, or they'd box me into being a white cis male, this, that, the other, and I'm mixed race, and I find that to be pretty disgusting. And it's like reversed, right? Like the way they're calling people racists and being racist at the same time, I found to be very interesting. And these arguments would continue as maybe, for example, with my stance on abortion specifically, and you bring up statistics, and it's interesting. There's where I am right now in Minnesota, it's like I visited a speech with Kendall Qualms running for Senate, and he's an African American. He was a lieutenant in the U.S. Army. He's done very well in corporate America, and now he's moving into politics. And as he shared his thoughts on critical race theory and why he felt they were pushing more division than helping the situation. There's groups of white people outside who are unable to answer a single question when I'd come at them, as they did just this, box me into being a white person. And this is the black man speaking, but these people wouldn't be open enough to even hear this man and his story of his life and why he came from where he came from and how there's.
Okay, let me find out here, base reality. You're kind of wandering here. So,
Well,
did you
when you
have something
stand up
on?
to these
Did you have
people with
something on tonight's program?
Yeah, when you stand up to people with statistics supporting black people, and you don't, and you fall under the guise of a white person, you get laughed at and looked at as almost as if you're joking or what you're saying can't be real. And it's the actions of Margaret Sanger and what she's done to uh, succeed, I would say, at disproportionately attacking a selection of people in America. It's like the ignorance is so unbelievable. This is like one of the most important topics, and it gets laughed at and thrown
Well,
out, and it's just.
George Orwell warned us about this. He warned us about doublespeak. He warned us about this decades ago, and he was just referring to the Soviet Union. But we have now seen that actually in Russia, doublespeak doesn't actually have as much of a foundation or a rooting as it does in America now at this point. So
I
there's an
think my
irony for you. Thank you very much for checking in with us here. Let me get, okay, I thought I saw somebody else here. Let me get Sean Johnson. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay, Sean Johnson, last try. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay, Sean has been abducted. Dana, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, the question is, why should Black people support Roe versus Wade? Yes, because the underpinnings of that argument, they're all supported on uh, the 14th Amendment, and that covers civil rights. Just the legal precedents is what should be supported, not the abortion cases specifically.
You think that abortion is supported by the 14th Amendment?
The 14th Amendment covers that. There's an under case.
Okay, ma'am, I'm just asking a yes or no question. Are you trying to tell us that you believe that it's the 14th Amendment of the Constitution that protects and condones abortion?
The life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Ma'am, do you realize how abstract and vague that is? What if a person says killing puppies is life, liberty, and their pursuit of first of all, it's not pursuit of happiness, it's pursuit of property. But anyway, what if they say that that's their pursuit of happiness, ma'am?
I was researching it earlier today.
Okay, I asked a question, ma'am. What if a person says that killing puppies is their idea of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness? And by the way, are those the words in the 14th Amendment?
I can't remember them exactly.
Okay, because you just claimed, you just said something, ma'am. You
And I
just
don't
said
have my
something.
pocket copy right here, so.
Okay, well, I have it for you, ma'am. Google is a great help. All persons born and naturalized in the United States, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protections of the laws. And you're telling me that somewhere in there you see abortion? Ma'am, you might need to get your glasses checked. I have a very good optometrist. She'll be glad to see you Tuesday.
It's the due protection of the law.
Ma'am, that has nothing to do with abortion. Nothing at all. A person has to be mentally deranged to say that they see abortion in there.
But when abortion was the law, the support Roe v. versus Wade was the law.
Ma'am,
Court case.
first of all, Roe v. Wade was not a law. That was a court case.
Right.
Not the Supreme Court doesn't pass laws.
They
The
rule
Supreme
court case.
Yes, they rule on cases. They do not pass laws. So there's a lot of folks out there who don't know their basic civics. The Supreme Court does not make laws. Roe v. Wade was a ruling. Now we have a new ruling that's overturned Roe v. Wade, and correctly so. The Constitution does not actually say anything about abortion. A person has to become, that's the whole thing. The Constitution tells the government what it cannot do. It doesn't define those things. It doesn't tell the government, okay, here's what you should be doing. It tells the government what it cannot do. And the 14th Amendment was made simply to make sure that ex-slaves were protected. That's its purpose. 13th, 14th, and 15th. They were all made at the time that they were, and specifically because of what was happening to the descendants of the slaves and former slaves. Now, that's basic civics.
And that's why I think that we should support the 14th Amendment.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with, that has nothing to do,
That's why,
nothing.
that's what I was,
That has nothing to do with, but that has nothing to do with abortion. Not at all. Now, by the way, I did take a trip to your Twitter page. Very charming. Couldn't help but notice that. Also couldn't help but notice that you reshared something I found that to be very interesting. A TikTok. This mother bought her son flowers because I saw on TikTok that the first time a black man gets flowers in his life is at his funeral, and that really bothered me. So this idea of feminizing and infantilizing black males, what I'm saying is that this is I mentioned this before, this is a thing right here that runs very, very concurrent. We're not taking on leadership positions. We're not seeing life as a sacred responsibility. We're not seeing family structure being required. We're seeing it as a bunch of women just getting pregnant and having a bunch of kids and treating the children like their playmates or their property. And that is a life deserving of its own independent respect. And that is not what we're hearing the women say. So, ma'am, if you were under any misconceptions that the 14th Amendment gives you life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, I'm glad I was able to debunk that one for you. And if you're under any misconceptions that the 14th Amendment is in any way germane to abortion, it is not. Not at all, not even close. No way you can skew it or corrupt those words to say that you see abortion. The 14th Amendment has nothing more to do with abortion than the 14th Amendment does with getting your pilot's license.
Well, that's what I was saying, that the 14th Amendment, because my grandfather was a slave from the plantation. I go back to the plantation. He was one of 21.
Okay, well, back to
17
what we were
boys.
saying here before. Do you believe that black people should support Roe v. Wade?
No, I believe black people should get all the protections that they have under the 14th Amendment.
Okay, is abortion a protection under the 14th Amendment?
No, but
No, but. Okay.
oh, you know what?
I'm waiting for the rest of this but. By the way, how old are you, Dana?
58.
Okay. Y'all notice how many of these old women are saying this stuff here. Dana, I'm hoping we get this together.
I am too.
Okay. Thank you very much for checking in with us here. Okay. Let me get China Dickerson. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. So we're answering the question specifically, correct?
Yes.
So I think Black people should support Roe v. Wade simply because I believe Black people should support self-determination.
Okay. Self-determination to do what?
So self-determination, the definition, to be able to make decisions for yourself, to say it in a more, I guess, inspirational way, to be able to choose your own destiny. That's the
Okay.
definition of self-determination, to make
Yeah.
decisions for yourself without outside influence.
Okay. Should you be able to make destructive decisions?
No, but who defines? You should be able
Okay.
to define what
Slow down.
destructive
Slow down.
is.
Slow
Mm-hmm.
down.
Yes.
All right. No, just make sure we're clear
Yes.
because you were asked a couple of times. You made it very clear. Self-determination, no limits. No limits, self-determination.
No, I
How
didn't say
about
no. I didn't say no
okay.
limits.
Whoa, oh, now she wants to rewrite it. Okay.
I didn't
How
say no. I
okay,
didn't say no
ma'am,
limits.
ma'am. Okay, you're the one who said you should have self-determination. You said it
Correct.
several times.
Correct.
Now that I've actually clarified it for you, now she wants to backtrack on it. That's your first clue that your position needs to be readdressed. Whatever you were thinking before you called me, now you have an opportunity to see that, oh, yeah, it crashed and burned. The very first question that was asked about it, it crashed and burned. So this will be an opportunity for you to reevaluate that, which is why I said self-determination to do what? Because if what you are trying to do, as I said at the beginning of the program 4 hours ago, if what you're trying to do is determine to do something destructive, then you shouldn't be doing that. By your statement, you shouldn't do it. Is abortion constructive or destructive?
Constructive.
Okay, show me the benefit that black women who disproportionately have abortions, show me where they are disproportionately benefiting from that over other groups of women.
Self-determination is about making decisions for your life, not in consideration of someone else's lifestyle.
Okay,
It's not a comparative. It's not a comparative model.
you haven't told me where the constructive part of that is, ma'am. You're talking in circles.
You asked me constructive in comparison to another race of people. And I am saying self determination has nothing to do with comparing your life decisions to someone else's life decisions.
Okay, then how do you define constructive then, ma'am?
If, okay, here's one example is that if I cannot medically carry the child,
No, ma'am, I didn't say that. I say, how do you define a constructive event in a person's life?
something that benefits them, something that helps them, something that is adding to their life.
Okay, then now explain to me how having an abortion helps, benefits, and adds to a woman's life.
So, the example I just gave, if it is medically destructive for me to carry the baby, then it would be
Okay,
constructive for me
that
to.
is only about 10% of cases. The other 90%.
I'm giving you an example. You asked me
Okay,
for an
so
example.
you agree then that we should get rid of the other 90% and only keep the ones that are a physical threat to her health.
No, I do not. That's the one
Okay, then
example I
now
gave.
so now you're that's what I'm saying. So don't say that it's about that when that's not really what you mean.
You asked me for an example of constructive. I gave you one example of constructive.
Yes, but it was a dishonest illusion that you were giving. That was dishonest because it's not what you meant. You were actually giving a dishonest,
It's
deceitful
not what
answer.
I
What
meant.
you meant is abortion on demand, not for her health, for any reason that they want to do it, not because their health is in danger. That was the deceitful part of what you tried to do. I stopped you from doing that. You don't mean for health, you just mean for any reason.
Wow. Okay. I appreciate this conversation. Thank you for raising it.
I'm very glad that you admitted to your position. I hope that younger females will make better decisions and be responsible, decent human beings, which can be difficult. Being a decent person isn't easy. It's easy to be a coward. It's easy to be a liar. It's easy to be a woman who doesn't care about anything other than herself. It's easy to use terms like self-determination when you really mean selfish. It's easy to be a reprehensible individual. It's hard to be responsible. It's hard to be honorable. It's hard to be decent. It's hard to construct something. Abortion is destructive, which is why when she was asked, where's the constructive part of it? She couldn't tell you what it was. It's easy to be destructive and deceitful. It's hard to be constructive and honest. That's hard as hell. And that's why she runs around with those political type people she does, because that's politics is a place where liars get together and congratulate each other on their ability to lie. The only problem is when you're around people who don't operate that way, it becomes very obvious what you are. But by the way, she tried her best. Let me explain what constructive is. Couldn't do it because there's nothing constructive about ripping a baby to shreds. There's nothing constructive about that. There's nothing constructive about a woman having a child scraped out of her uterus. There's nothing constructive about that. That's the definition of destructive. It's also the definition of deranged, but it's the definition of destructive. And by the way, what you all notice is these females who are over the hill, way beyond their childbearing years, and not really anybody's prime candidate. And they're the ones most trying to influence the young women who have the opportunity to have a better life. They're the ones telling the young women, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. Kind of sounds like these are women who are just kind of bitter that womanhood didn't work out for them. They didn't get those preferential treatments. So now they're like, you know what? Screw it. If this throws a monkey wrench in anybody's operation, throw that damn thing. That's kind of the position they're coming from there. But yeah, she was asked about what is constructive. Nothing constructive about it. Let me get your world, our views. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, TBA. To answer the question, Black people should not support Roe v. Wade. I'm been here listening to all the callers, and it's kind of disheartening. Just listening to all some of the women and their stances on it. It would be comical if it wasn't a reality. It's kind of sad. It's sad in a sense. Yes, but of course, you already some talk about the Margaret Sangers playing parenthood, and further down the line, all these pro-abortion people. The one thing that keeps getting neglected or skirted over is of course, Jane Roe that pretty much, and lied, and saying that she got raped by black men. That favorite old trope that that white supremacist females like using to get abortion legal in the first place. So, I mean,
Well, that's a very important point for people to remember. Historically, here's the issue though: the black females who support abortion, they don't care why it's there. They're following white daddy's lead. As long as they said to do that, they're following that. So the real thing is for us to have an honest discussion about the fact that you are either constructive or you're destructive. You're either for us or you are against us. And if you look at a baby and you're not for that, we need to make it very clear. Yeah, no, it's not you do you and me do me. There's no gray area here. You're either inside civilized humanity or you're outside of it. Thank you very much. Here, let me get Shantae Holt. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, Jason, how are you? Can you hear me?
No. Black first as always. What's on your mind?
All right. Only thing I gotta say, Jason, is that I have children, and with me having children, um, shit. Be honest. Excuse my language. To be honest with you, my kids' father felt, they always wanted my children as much as I did. So when people get up here and say like, "Oh, we should have had an abortion," my children's father had connections with my children, and they still do and still in life. Like females that get up here and say, "Oh, we should have an abortion because I don't want to be with this man." Okay, then you should never lay down with this man and had a kid with him. But that father has a bond with their child. Men actually do want their children. So I don't know why women just like, okay, this is my body and I don't want to have a child with you. Then put a condom on. Am I safe to say that? Put
Well,
a
like I say before here, when you try to have a discussion, that's what I want to do tonight. When you attempt to have a discussion to justify abortion on the grounds of health, it falls apart. It doesn't work. There's only a few instances where there's a health reason. It's a social reason. And it's about, I want to retroactively be able to reject the decision that I made to have a child with this man. I made a decision, and if things are not going to go the way I want it to, I want to have the ability to retroactively veto that decision
no, that's not fair.
later
That's
on.
not fair. That's not
So
fair.
it's about that, but it's also about control of the men.
That's
Because
not
getting
fair.
getting pregnant gives, well, it's not fair. You're absolutely right. But getting pregnant gives women control by law. There are two places in society that give women control over men: marriage and childbirth. And with the childbirth one, it's a loophole. So marriage is actually just written out in plain English. With childbirth, it's a loophole, which is okay. You don't have any control of the man, and the man has no control over you. Unless, of course, you give birth, in which case we're going to require him to be a responsible, supportive. Even if he doesn't marry you, he must still protect and provide for the child. He must do that. Whether you are romantically involved with him or not, you'll still have access to his resources, and we by law will come punish him if he doesn't. So to a female who is emotionally immature, emotionally vindictive, things didn't go the way she wanted, then she sees this as a big game. That's why the first few females who called, they see it as a game, as a toy. The children are possessions. This is Monopoly. This is tic-tac-toe. It's Connect Four. It's not a real thing. It's not anything actually real. It
No.
is just, I get to do whatever I want to do, but it's not a real thing. And that's what I'm saying. No, it needs to be codified and accepted by us as a real thing. The most important thing a woman will ever do in her life is the quality of the man that she chooses. That's the single biggest decision that the woman will ever make in her life. They've told them the single biggest decision will be your career. You have more miserable women who chase careers now. Women today are more miserable statistically than at any other time in history. They're more miserable. You know why? Because they're chasing careers. and which works out great for the government, for the tax base. It works out great for the corporations, for their profits. It doesn't work for women. Chasing
Instead
careers
of,
doesn't fulfill them.
let me ask you a question. Instead of like, okay, we're going to have a family, and then eventually our family, our daughter, our children, we're going to have grandchildren. The men that I know, they want families. So when people just have that option, I don't want your baby, like, yo, eventually we're going to create more family to go together. My family joint with your family. What is
Well, you
this?
have to want that. You have to want that, though. And you have to, a brutal reality is that most females today are divorced from the concept of family because they don't believe they deserve one. They don't actually believe that they're worthy of it, and they don't actually believe they deserve one. So they end up having kids, but they don't really think they're wife material. In a lot of cases, they're not. And so they're like,
Shameful.
okay, let me just go ahead and grab a baby and run out the door if I can. And then that you're never going to get anything good out of something you try to steal. So the reality is, no, they don't think about grandkids, family reunions. A lot of them want to have a kid because they don't have anyone who talks to them. They have no companions. They don't have any friends. They spend a disproportionate amount of time on Twitter and the internet raging at other people. And then you go take a look at their personal lives, and there's not a whole lot going on there. And that's the reality. There really,
So
really isn't. So, with that being the case, legacy is out of the window. They're not even considering anything like that. The other thing is that most of them feel completely neglected, and now they are just simply trying to pass the hurt on to someone else,
that
whether it
doesn't
is the
work.
men they get with, or if they have the children, they punish the kids, and if they don't, they try to punish the man. It's really about just, hey, I'm hurting, and everybody else around here needs to be hurting too.
Like that. Don't you want to be able to raise your farm with your children, raise plants, help your children learn the things that you learned with your family, the traditions? Like I
They didn't
learned how to
learn
make
that.
soap.
They didn't learn
Okay.
it. Just understand that there's the real issue. They didn't learn that. They didn't
Don't you
learn
want
that at
to
all.
sit there and make sweet potato pies with your kids and things like that? What is going on?
Well, if they
Like,
ever did, they would love that. If they ever did, they would love it and enjoy it. But let's just be very, very clear. Ever since the so-called sexual revolution, females have been focused on self-indulgence, and we've had a society that's encouraged it because it subjugates them, it leaves them financially helpless. Take a look at student loan debt, take a look at housing debt, consumer debt. Women lead in all those categories. And the reason for it is because, yes, how you do one thing is how you do all things. And if I can make you a selfish, self-indulged individual, you won't even see the manners in which you are subjugating yourself in your own life on a daily basis.
you
Well,
gotta
by the
be able,
time you realize it, it'll be too late.
you gotta pass something on to your next generation. I'm
Do
gonna leave
you
that
want to have
alone.
that? The real thing
I'm,
is, I mean, you have to ask yourself, what if you hate yourself, Shante? If you hate yourself, then you don't care about the next generation. You're looking in the mirror. You hate your mom. You hate your grandmother. You hate yourself. You had the children because, well, it's something you could do with yourself, but it's not because you actually wanted to have a continuation of that. So the real thing is, we need the women, the women, the women. This is a woman problem. And we need the women to sit down and talk to each other about, hey, what's wrong with us as women? Where's our identity as women? Where did we go wrong? Where have we become corrupted? Why are we not holding each other accountable? What do we value being women? Or do we actually hate being women and we wish we were men because we think there's something so great and wonderful about being a man, and or some disaffected female who couldn't qualify for a man told us that we need to become like men. We need the women to sit down and really have an honest discussion with themselves about where they messed up, where they're lacking, that they are not happy. They are completely miserable today. They are a
oh,
ball of misery, anger, angst, anxiety, inferiority, and insecurity, and about what's really causing that. Stop pretending it's okay. Because what they're doing is they're going off and getting prescriptions for antidepressants, listening to Oprah Damn Me Winfrey or whoever else shows up on the TV, and a bunch of other chicks who never got their lives straightened out. And all it's doing is making a generation of females who are otherwise unfit for anything except being employees and consumers. Now, they're not fit to be wives or mothers, but they can breed and they can be they can be adequate, not even great, adequate employees and consumers.
I never thought about that. I never even been around a person that behaves like that. And if you act like that, you won't be able to be around me because I'm a family person.
Well, that's a
So
concept we need to have make a comeback, but the females have to do that. When we talk about things like cooking and homework and taking care of children and valuing that as a special thing, as opposed to sitting up here trying to belittle people or demean them or whatever, you get back to that, things get a lot better. Thank you very much for checking in with us here tonight. And reducing people down to cogs in a machine, reducing them down to drones just rummaging the floor, that's a deadly situation to be in. That's a deadly situation to be in. What we have is a loss of the identity of womanhood. We have a loss of the complete identity of womanhood because you're dealing with a generation, two generations of women who are hurting beyond description. And rather than admit what is wrong, they are instead creating an incubator of misery and agony to the point that now they're willing to savage babies and then think that anybody's going to take you seriously with theirs. If you've aborted two of your babies, why would any man of any value, substance, or credibility trust you with his? Answer: he won't. Oh, and take a look at the marriage rates. Men used to pop the question all the time. The men are looking around now saying, yeah, not this bunch. Take a look at your marriage rates as a result. And just understand, Miss Dickerson, China Dickerson got off the phone here. She's a political operative. She's okay with that. The train already left the station for her. She's never going to get a chance. She's perfectly all right doing without. But are you? Are you okay doing without because she's okay doing without? Are you really going to be happy sitting around the table having your Golden Girls fantasy with her? Because she's like, hey, if you ain't got no kids, you ain't got nothing else to do except sit here and hang out with me as we slowly trudge towards the grave. Think that over for a moment. We've had a lot of people in here tonight. I hope it was a constructive conversation for you. For those of you who have not known how to refute the abortionist talking points in clear, concrete language, I hope I've given you an easy to follow guide tonight. Memorize these things because they only have a few plays in their playbook. It's not a bunch of them. They only have a few plays. And you saw how easy it is to refute them and beat them back. You saw how easy it is. It's not constructive. It's destructive. Start from there. How in the world do you construct a society? By destroying the babies. From there, the rest should be easy. If you are new here to my Twitter space, if this was your first time, follow me on Twitter. I'm very glad you're able to do that here tonight.